like 2 months, yeah.
A year and 2
the haters, they expose themselves. You got some haters, Patty. I was listening
It's okay. It's okay.
This is wow, y'all.
Yeah. Don't give it energy. Don't give it energy. Keep it moving, y'all. Don't give it energy.
Okay.
But the bottom line is,
you know what? Let me tell you something. Robert's another one that was in my back channels. I didn't see. I had, you know how many messages?
I was hitting you up,
y'all in the audience.
I wanted to go in, but I didn't want to fuck up the space, so I hit your back channel.
Yep. So Gemini, Robert, and almost every person that's at the bottom that comes in early freaking message me like your room was great. Don't stop y'all from, I want to see the space open in the morning.
Logically broken.
We'll see about that. What's your understanding of math?
My understanding of math is it's about the world. Anything.
His nursemaid in a lot of ways on his day-to-day bro, and so now I'm having to motivate him in our secret language, which sounds a little bit like Jersey James. I mean,
they spoke Yiddish, so the people especially came from, they lived in Christianity time, you know.
Go to, later on in the day and the weekend and next week, as we get closer to the holidays as well. I wish that our regular people will return.
Confident. We gotta keep it high energy. We gotta have the intelligence, the decorum, and all the things. And so I asked my question yesterday because I know the work. I just want to make sure when we have these people, we respect their time and we don't waste their time with a whole bunch of remedial shit. Learning is one thing, but we learned yesterday. At least I learned, and I wasn't even surprised. The First Lady, Patty, Gemini, of course, and Divine. Your questions were great. The conversation was great. Like I was proud of you guys the way we handled that. And so kudos to you guys. And I'll say this. Sometimes we have people in our spaces in real life and on here that are actually unhealthy for us. And the room just went left last night. And it was just like, yo, I'm gonna be straight up. That shit was like, wow. It was wild as fuck. It shouldn't have gone in the direction that it's gone. But I know you guys are gonna handle it. But kudos to you guys. I like.
So I'm gonna be honest with you, right? There are people that are unhealthy for us, right? But I believe sometimes you can love each other to the point where we start critiquing each other for things, not understanding that we all may be a little different. And we just want us to always be the same. And we don't allow each other to grow and it's not because they hate you or they don't love you. It's because sometimes they want you to be on the same mindset, right? And it's not them being a nasty person. It's more of being like, they use the nasty to try to bring you back. And it's not to make you fall back. It's more of like, they feel like this is how we've been loving each other. And let's stay in that love circle this way. Maybe they don't see like we're trying to grow together. And it's not about growing together like.
This bitch is talking about a social audio chat app.
I don't know how to explain, but we're not going to say that.
Baby daddy.
That critiques are people being bad people to us. I think it's more of critiques of people feeling as we're supposed to be a family, and some people in the family are like not doing things the way that we think things should be done. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes I don't know because I wasn't there, so I really don't know. But, go ahead, April.
I love you guys. I think you have made an amazing room, an amazing space. My hat's off to anybody who can do this, because like Gemini said, it is not just having the time, it's dealing with all the personalities. My God, there's so many of us that each different day, somebody in a different mode. No shade on anybody, but myself included. I'm trying to do right. I'm trying to be right on Clubhouse.
Let me tell y'all something. April is my spirit. The difference between me and April is April may be thinking what I say, but April has, and I think this is her growing as an adult, because she probably would have been Patty saying, "What the fuck you talking about?" So maybe I just haven't grown and matured to say, let me stay my ass in the fucking goo, because I'm not gonna agree with my friend, my sister. You know what I'm saying? But I still love my sister, and I'm going to make sure that she progresses, and I'll come back tomorrow or maybe in an hour when shit ain't going the way I think it should go. And that's the only thing we need from our moms. Like, if you're not happy, hit us in the back channel. You've never heard April come out. Like, with me, I'm grown, I'm old, but in this political sphere, I may be younger. Right? Because they'll be like, you're still young. Right? But I'm really old. I'm fucking old, y'all. Like, I'm old.
Bitch is 80 years old.
In our political sphere of friends that we have and sisters, I'm not old. So, like, I'm going to be the childish one. So when I get pissed off with everybody, I'll be like, but then you know what? Because I love them so much, I will be like, I fucked up because I'm spoiled. I'm being bratty. I need to fucking figure this out. Even when you see me pop with Lisa, I'm going to tell y'all one thing. If I hear any of you motherfuckers in my back channels talking about pop it off, I don't fucking answer you. You know why? Because Lisa is still my fucking sister. She's my older sister that sometimes she does what she wants to do, and I can't tell her what the fuck to do because she's a fucking grown-ass adult. Y'all don't know. Me and Lady have popped off. But one thing about me, I'm not going to pop off on her. I've popped off in the room, but guess what? She'll be like, you know what? And this is with Lisa and Lady. Both of them be like, you know what, Patty? I'm going to sit back and let you fucking pop off, and I ain't going to say shit in front of these motherfuckers. And then they talk to me in the back channel, and I have to be like, you know what? I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I was acting like a bratty kid because I don't want to do this. I do that. But because I really, truly love them, I have to fucking, like, take it. And one thing about them, they always still like pretend that it never ever happened, even though I know it hurts them. Cause it hurt me. If I had this little sister that always fucking jumps up and down, be like, that's not right, it's not fair.
Those are all facts. Just like you was hating on crypto yesterday, but we ain't gonna talk about you hating on crypto.
Shut up, Gemini. You're my brother. And you know brothers and sisters fight.
That's a fact.
And that's the thing. So many people come in these rooms and they want us to, like, you should say this to that person. You should say that. Well, you should just pipe down because we got this. We know what we have back channels. We have different ways of talking to each other. And sometimes, Lisa and I have disagreed on stage. And 9 times out of 10, I'm going to shut my mic because it's her space. I love her. I want her to
even if it wasn't her space, April, one thing I have realized about you, even if it was your space, you are one to be like, you know what? I'm going to sit down. But you don't talk about it to the crowd. You talk about it to us. I'm just going to sit down. And you make it known to everybody that's part of the family, I'm going to sit down, including your sister.
Mm-hmm. I love y'all, and I know what the rooms need to grow and to have the conversations you want to have, and I can't always support that because the people that come on this stage that I don't fuck with, or that come in this room I don't fuck with. I'm still, it's what you guys want. This is not my space. This is not any of our spaces to curate. It's up to you guys to do that. What it is for us is to support you in that in any way that we can. And sometimes I do support from the audience.
Right. And just so y'all know, Lady actually thought about maybe leaving, and I told her, no, you're not going nowhere.
Oh, we would miss Lady so much. Please, Lady, just take a vacation. Don't go forever.
Yeah, she ain't going nowhere. And if she do, I'll harass her. I got a phone number. I talked to her at 4 o'clock this morning. I talked to her at 5 o'clock this morning. And she was like, maybe I need to take her. Even when y'all seen her disappear for a week because she was stressed, I was like, where you at? I was still sending her messages. I was still freaking like, get your ass. And I had to tell y'all she's on vacation. Now she was on a mental break. Because she don't want, you know what she told me? She does not want to harm everything that we've cultivated. Like, that's selfless. Wow. And honestly, I can't do anything without mods, including the ones that may have jumped off and got pissed off. I can't do nothing without them because right now I'm not in a space where I can, unless we my little old 2-hour rooms. But a lot of y'all have actually said, like, we need you to open in the morning. Want y'all to still have the rooms.
Why you make them sound like that? Why you make them sound like weenies?
No, y'all not weenies. It's a lie. It's a lot, y'all. And I love all the mods. Regardless of the fact, Lady loves all the mods. Regardless of the fact or whatever. It's just sometimes we act up. And I act up. Y'all know I act up.
That's human nature, though. That's being human. You know, I say all the time, I'm trying to perfect myself. I have more years behind me than ahead of me, and I'm still acting like a little heathen sometimes. But that's who I am, okay? I can't totally sanitize myself. But, you know, I keep trying.
That's why I say you're my spirit animal. I'll probably be in the April when I get older. I'm in the goo, because I ain't got time for this shit. Like, I ain't got time for this shit, Gemini. I'm just gonna stay in the fucking go. Because I had popped off in April, I tell you. I said, what the fuck is going on? She's like,
when Lady come in and go off, it's like, oh shit.
Last night she sounded like her voice was shaking. She was pissed, you could tell.
I was shaking. Like, you could see my little hand shaking. Sophia has seen me in person, and my arms are about as big as probably your fucking fingers. And my hands was fucking shaking. Like, I am so fucking pissed. Like, the kind of pissed that you want to yell, curse people out, and be like, but I was like, I am shaking right now because this is fucking ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry I caused y'all all that strife.
No, you did not.
But
see what Mimi just said in that chat. She said, what happened? The interview was good. The people that was there for the interview don't even know what the hell we're talking about right now because they enjoyed it.
Good. That's all that matters.
That's what matters.
That's all that matters.
Right. We don't get paid for this shit. Don't get me wrong. Chatter made some little change. But we don't get paid for this shit. And the only reason why we wanted to use Chatter is because Chatter has more, what do you call it?
Features.
Like, sometimes I have to read stuff to y'all when I'm freaking, like when I did the Gaza interviews or whatever, I had to, like, read. Like, I ain't got time for that shit. We wanted to use the prompts.
Chatter's different.
I'm talking about the features. I ain't talking about, like, the elite.
Yeah, but the features changed. It just wasn't for me right now.
For me, I just like that I can put the stuff at the top, let it speak, and you guys can read the caption.
Oh yeah, that's good.
You know how sometimes me and Lady are laughing, or Lady would be like, if y'all see his face, child. Like, we do that all the time. But y'all don't get to see all that. We're, like, explaining to y'all what's going on. Or if Lisa's saying something like, he got this lump on the side of his leg. As a medical professional, I could tell you it's probably a... You know what I'm saying? And you guys don't see it because she's the only one that's seeing it, and she's explaining it and letting y'all hear the news at the same time. See, because y'all don't see that, we were like, man, this is like a thing. Because the first time we did it, they didn't have monetization. We did it where we were like, we're going to share the room between Chatter and Clubhouse, so that people we can use if we had to. And then also maybe cultivate a space over there where we can actually like use the features and freaking actually have our room. Because the features are amazing, at least for me. You have the chat, you have the posts where we can post stuff. If you enjoy certain pieces, you can clip those pieces and post it yourself. If it was like drama last night, y'all could have clipped it and freaking played it, which would have been embarrassing, but guess what? You still would have been able to do it. And then you would have been able to see, like, if we were interviewing Tim, we can fucking have Tim on the big screen speaking. We don't give a fuck about what other people have going on in their life. It was more of just using an app for its features. We got so much to critique about Nelson and what's his name? But where's the critique for Rohan and everyone else that runs Clubhouse?
I really appreciate the surveys and the book readings. You guys read Kamala Harris's book? That was great. Keep that shit up. I love it.
Oh, we're definitely going to. So Saturday, we're going to start the Virginia Guthrie book.
Okay. I hate y'all and I love y'all at the same time. You guys piss me off. I want to scream sometimes. I want to bitch slap somebody. And then I want to hug y'all the rest of the time. So keep up the good work. The foundation you guys laid is unshakable. Peace. Square up.
Yep. Thank you. And we do try to keep it politically correct.
I'm not a fighter. Thank you.
I'm definitely a fighter. Like, none of that shit. Personally, I would have been the fuck. You know how many teeth would have been swallowed?
No.
These motherfuckers is not built like that at all. I would have been put some. You know how the cartoon people run through the wall and they do that little silhouette in the wall? They gotta pick somebody up by their throat and put them through the wall, one hand straight to the fucking wall. That shit ain't gonna happen in person. That's why I laugh. Like, you know, on my other platforms, like on my Facebook and on my YouTubes and Instagram, like the people that know me half of them link with me in person, so they already know. Like, man, that shit would never happen in person. Like that would be realistically.
Yeah, I don't like fighting.
I like it.
Because I'm a Romulus. That's what a Romulus is. It's a joke. It's low IQ folks, dude. Never mind.
Yeah, I know.
What's the next book that we're reading? Just want to make sure I get it right.
Hold on, let me go to my audibles. And if you don't get the book, it's not a big deal. You get to listen to it, and you can also make Nobody's Girl.
What's the premise for the book? What's it about?
Hold on. So it's actually Virginia Roberts Guthrie, and the book is about. I think it's more about. So I listened to some of it so far. More about like
Oh, it's the Jeffrey Epstein victim, right? That's her. The one that you know what I'm talking about, Gemini?
Yeah, I do.
The one that committed suicide.
Apparently, quote unquote, suicide. But didn't she say that she would never commit suicide? Like, she made that shit public. Like, if anything happened to me, it's not suicide.
That's the same thing I told my children. I was like, if I ever kill myself, find out who did it.
If you don't have money for home.
Aren't they trying to find the publisher too? Like, there's people trying to hunt down. Yeah, there's people trying to hunt down because they released the book, and they're trying to figure out who freaking released it, right? Trying to, go after.
So her book, she does talk about when she was molested as a little kid. She was molested as a child, like a young little girl. And she talks about the sex trafficking. I haven't gone as far, but she talks about, like, how she was molested as a kid, and that's the only thing she knew. Not saying she didn't know better, but she pretty much felt like at 16 that, like, this is how I'm going to make a little change to be okay. And how she ended up with Epstein and Maxwell. And then she supposedly ending, if you read the back of the book or the little sleeves, she talks about her transformation and her advocacy when you're as a survivor. So. And it's crazy because her book came out in October and she died in April.
Who picked this book? We voted on this? Y'all agreed to it? Okay.
That's what they chose. It was between that and the case for Donald Trump. And
I think I chose it. Didn't even know what the hell I was choosing.
I think it was that case for Donald Trump. Nancy Pelosi. I chose Nancy Pelosi's last.
No, I chose Nancy.
And there was one other book. Hillary, there you go. I was back and forth because I was like, which one is winning? Because Hillary started to gain some momentum in the end.
That's what I wanted. I wanted Hillary.
So I switched over to Hillary, but Hillary lost by 3 votes, 2 votes for Donald Trump. Well, it was 3-2, and then Virginia won overall. So obviously it was women that y'all chose, that y'all wanted to hear. It was either going to be a Virginia. Next in line was, but yeah, it was between, and then with the case for Donald Trump was in a whole nother voting. I think we had 3 with 4 titles. And the case for Donald Trump had to go against Virginia.
Oh, but what book did we choose one for Tim Wise, or we never chose?
So I said we would do the one for Tim Wise voting midway between Virginia's book. Virginia book is only 7 hours if I do it at 1.2. So I think we can get through that in 2 weeks. So probably since we start this week, next week we'll vote on which book from Tim Wise we want to choose so he can come back and speak.
If it's okay with the room, I want to ask for prayers for Alexander. She's in the audience down below, but she had a stroke and she's in the hospital. So if we could pray for her and her return to good health.
Definitely keeping her in prayer. Sending her healing, and that the doctors are able to do what they need to do to restore her and bring her back home to her family in good health.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about, Owen. Prayers for May May.
She, bless her heart, I love her to pieces. That's my sister from another mister.
She's definitely.
It's my heart.
I remember late nights. Me and her and Jess used to joke, and she was like, "Them motherfuckers." I don't give a fuck.
I really respect her because she has some wisdom I don't, right? She's lived a few more years than me, and she is so much more fair-minded, all that than I would ever be. I love her to pieces.
And she takes a lot of abuse for her, for Lisa.
She does. She is the truth.
Because Lisa will stay on mute when she feels like she's getting beat down for her, and May will straight up say, "Calm down. You know what? I'm just gonna drop you to the goo. I ain't got time for this shit."
The way you sound just like her is really crazy right now.
Yeah, she had that voice down, didn't she?
Did she? The cadence and everything.
And then Lisa could come off mic and be like, "Okay, we're gonna play beat." Like, you always need your thug. That's her goon. That's her goblin. What's a goon to a goblin? She's my little Wang. Like, I used to be mad.
But no, you do need a shooter too. Like, I don't mind being a shooter. You can blame me. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, maybe he didn't give a fuck. She didn't give a fuck to the point that
She don't care who you are.
You with y'all motherfuckers on here.
You could be her baby child, and you still gonna get it when you need to get it. It does not matter who gets it.
But no, I hope she feel better. Hope she
Well, one thing which y'all don't know, it says the last couple of weeks that she done came back while she's been in the hospital, she done talked live me a couple of times to give me some encouragement. Y'all just don't know. She'll be like, "Check your back channel." Like, God damn.
That's the call I just got. You best believe when she called,
I dropped it off. Answer this.
I'm trying to get my ass out of Las Vegas, but she text or call, everything falls. That's it. Answer.
And she'll be like, "Y'all don't." And she'll talk to me for like 5 or 10 minutes while y'all in the room, and then I come back like nothing happened, and she's right in the audience after she done freaking pulled me out the room.
I'll tell you what, modding and yelling at these people on Clubhouse can't be healthy for you because they gonna drive you crazy.
Mm-hmm. It ain't. But she the goblin. Y'all keep playing with me, man. Y'all think she just being mean, but she's saying everything that we need to be said, and she just takes the heat. And she really don't give a fuck, to be honest with y'all. Y'all just don't know it. She don't give a fuck because she got her hat, she got her outfit, she got her husband, and she got her money. All day, every day, on point. Absolutely. Even with her and her health struggles, she still be turned out in that suit and that hat, the whole thing. Okay, she don't play. She got that style and charisma that people you seldom see in young people at all. Mm-hmm. She ready. She got that church hat on. And she always remind us, or at least me, she'll say, "I love it, Patty. I love that PTR girl. Girl, just chill out with shit." God damn it. God damn it, shit. Or she'll tell y'all, "Shut the fuck up." She's like that older black lady. I just tell you, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. Y'all know damn well y'all got one of them in your life, and y'all laugh about it. What is going on? She do. Y'all people get mad. She dropped me. I ain't taking no more of this shit. Let me go ahead and drop your ass down. Shit. All right, go ahead, Lisa.
Hey, Patty, did you hear that UFC fighter that was so into Trump? He's like, "I'll take a bullet for Trump. I'll take a bullet for that man." Do you know who I'm referencing or no? Mm-mm. Okay, there was this UFC fighter, white guy. and he was real pro-Trump, and he went live, and he went viral for saying how he would take a bullet for him. And I got the audio of the before and after right now.
Ooh, play it.
Give me 1 second.
I'm gonna put you on mute, Marshall. I love you, babe. You know you're my son. Yeah, I would have had it 5. No, 7. Yeah, there you go. You're at 30 right now.
Let me see if I can play it here. Can y'all hear it?
You on your head?
Take a bullet for him. This is how he was talking when Trump got elected in January. Y'all hear it now?
The country and God bless Donald Trump. He took a bullet for us, and I promise you, if the day comes, I will take a bullet for that man. I love that man with all my heart, and I would die fighting for a battle for that man.
That was 11 months.
You took her down. Yeah. I took her down. That's right. What was I going to say? Okay, so David, you fucking shot a raccoon in the night, haven't you? Yeah. And then how do you know where to shoot him? How do you know where to shoot him? The eyes. Yeah. They light up, right? Same thing with the Nigerian. They smile. You know exactly where to hit.
That's what I said. Send me and John Seth with. We'll crack a few jokes, and you'll know where they all are.
I know, but it would be far more effective if you guys actually found someone funny to come along.
No, it's gonna be Mitch Hedberg, but like he's quite different, but it's kind of a similar style.
What we'll have to do is we'll have to get all the Marines who are going. We're gonna have to have them shoot Cheshire cats so that they don't get too skittish about shooting this shape.
Like Mitch Hedberg meets Jeff Foxworthy.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, that's Theo Vaughn, I think.
Dude, and he's all right.
I'm just saying that tracking or mirroring is a 1910 to 19.
Oh, this one has more twinkle in it. That's so nice.
Happy birthday, son.
Thank you.
Oh, that shit's funny.
Never mind. I don't think they have the.
I don't care how deep you make your voice, though.
Stop killing the Christians and we gotta get rid of the Arabs. Eliminate them completely.
I'm with the second part of that shit. Start with my cheap ass cousins that keep asking me for like.
My favorite thing about Marines nowadays is that they fully recognize it's a religion.
David, just so you know, they are so you're gonna be fun. You're gonna kill them.
When you hear them talk, they're all like, "Yeah, I fucking love killing Muslims." I love that they know. Yes, they do.
I have a Christian question. I have a Christian question for you. I'm being serious. So Coral Gables right now, and this is like the 3rd Scientology fucking building I've seen in like half a mile.
Yeah, Florida's the center of Scientology, man.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Dude, yeah, Clearwater is where their headquarters.
They own Clearwater. Yeah, they're headquartered in Clearwater.
I'm literally.
And they have that weirdo sex boat that they like take around at docks in Florida. Oh, Johnson.
Did I tell you I called your men's group?
I noticed the second person that you followed on Twitter. Nice.
Did I tell you that I called your men's group to say I was kind of concerned about you and they want to host the next one at my house?
That would be so funny if we started trolling.
Yeah, they really like me. Is Johnson in the Matrix?
You should call it, Dave. You should call up the men's group and tell them you have defeated Johnson at chess, and so by the rules of war, you are now their new leader. Yeah.
Dude,
at the immortal rules of combat.
So, do you show up at the
I just want to show up there and talk to you about Johnson.
Dude, there's this thing among Christians where like I've noticed this.
Is Johnson in the Matrix?
Yes.
But there's this thing about Christians, all they want to do is talk shit about John Seth, apparently.
I do love the saga of Jen Seth joining different men's groups and constantly getting kicked out of them.
He gets kicked out of them for the stupidest reasons.
Yeah.
He picks the dumbest arguments though with them. Like what was the one that you got in the argument with last time about like if it was okay to like evangelize? What was the
No, it's once saved, always saved. But that's like that's very key to the whole thing. That's why it's
No, it was something else, Jen Seth. You called me to tell me about like, dude, what was the argument? It wasn't just like, you know, like if you're it's about like whether or not it's okay to like have friends that are not Christian or some shit like that. That was one of the friends that aren't Christian.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. They actually talk about that.
No, they fucking kicked him out. They ostracized him for that.
Are they retarded? Retarded is supposed to be constantly spreading the good news.
Racism is a sin. I don't know about that. They're not sure what to think about that now.
Is it because you're one of the darker guys in the group? Or what? Yeah, it's confused.
Yeah, they're confused.
I don't even know. I've come to the conclusion, Jen Seth, that I have no fucking clue what the word racism means. I have no clue.
I know what it means. I know what it means. And
because white people aren't allowed to have in-group preferences.
No. It means that racism is the act of discrimination or having prejudice against someone based on the color of their skin. The big problem is when you literally study the science. It's actually a pretty good predictor. That is actually the best predictor that you have of judging whether other people are safe to be around. It's the most accurate.
Right.
It's not foolproof, but it's a pretty good predictor. Oh, well, that's why I say that my definition of racism is when you meet the person, if you continue to think of them as like a group, then you're a racist. But if you, but like as a predictor, that's why we like Dr. Patrick.
Bro, my orthopedist, who I just saw for my wrist, is a black guy. He fucking rules. I wanted to like give him a hug. Like this guy's like such a good doctor. I was so impressed by him. And I was thinking about this.
Did he tell you not to have surgery?
I probably told him more about that.
Okay, then yeah.
I was thinking about him, and I was like, you know, if you're in his position, like, or you know, just black doctors in general, basically, it's either like DEI hire, or they had to work twice as hard and they're twice as good as everybody else. You know what I mean?
They didn't have to work twice as hard. But they can't be. Maybe at one juncture of their life, though. Maybe at some juncture to break through the fucking shit.
Right. This guy was just really, really talented. Like the best doctor I've seen in a long time. And I was like, man, this is fucking great.
He's the best jobs. Was he a DO by chance?
No, I wouldn't say a DO. He was an MD.
Honestly, DOs are probably the best primary cares to see. The best doctors I've ever had have been DOs, and the worst doctors I've ever had.
Against black people, but I am racist against DOs.
No,
yes, that's actually true. That's true.
The best doctors I've ever had have been DOs, and the worst doctors I've ever had have been DOs. I know, but I think
the guy I saw in the ER was a DO, and he was really good.
So I think the primary care model is probably better suited for DOs because they take they're not just like, you know, fill a hole, give you a pill for whatever. They kind of look at the thing in a far more holistic way. Sometimes it's a little wonky, but it's like I think that DOs are probably better. Like in where medicine is headed, ironically enough, like being more predictive, being more on your labs and like getting more regular things. Like it's actually more aligned with the DO training. So like
when you want a specialist though, you want an MD.
Yeah, you probably want an MD, and you want an MD that went to the top school for that particular thing.
Exactly. You want somebody with a lot of years of experience, good schooling, up on the current literature.
You want the mid. No, you don't want the guy with 30 years of experience. You want the guy that's like 12 to 15 years.
Exactly. You know why?
Rich, he doesn't want to keep up with
training. You know why? It's because the old guys get stuck in the old data.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
exactly. And like that's why I liked my doctors because he was very up to date on all the current data.
How old is he?
Yeah, he's like 39. And
so I bet you the guys that are like in that like 40s range, like 40 to 50, are probably just like. The best.
It was nice because he knew all of my questions in advance and had also read all the same literature and I don't often find that with doctors, you know.
This reminds me of my best friend, the dermatologist I told you about, Northwestern. He's like everybody that goes to see him basically tells me this, right? Like, and it's like it's I think it's more of a personality trait, Huddle, than a training trait.
I think so too. Yeah, you have to be humble. You have to be humble enough to like take in your data, basically.
I like doctors that know a lot about the JFK assassination, personally.
Those are the doctors I go to when I just need an antibiotic and a good combo.
I find that doctors that know a lot about the JFK assassination seem to know a lot about sunning your butthole too.
So I have a concierge doc who's a total QAnon guy. But, you know, I like going to him because he's just a guy we use to have a prescription pad when we need.
It's entertaining. At least you get entertainment out of it.
I always follows Dr. Jack, and I'm like, you know, I know Dr. Jack, like, personally. He was like, you do? I was like, yeah, I do. But I find it very entertaining. I like it.
With him.
But I wouldn't want to go to an orthopedist that believed in QAnon. You know.
The funny thing is, Huddle, within medicine, like the MDs look down on the DOs, but the DOs typically are harder working because they have to overcome it, you know?
Yeah. There's kind of a hierarchy where it's like NP, DO, MP.
I know, but think about it.
Or no, it goes NP, PA, same level, DO, MD.
Honestly, the PAs are probably the best caregivers because they're the ones doing all the work at this point.
The Caribbean MD is below the DO also.
Yeah, that's true too.
But think about it, because if they're competing for the same residencies as the MD, and so they have to do way more work. They have to do way more research. They have to do a bunch of fucking hurdle jumping and hoop jumping to fucking get it. So like, I'm obviously biased, but my cousin, one of them's a spine surgeon. His brother is a urology surgeon, and literally, like, my cousin's getting recognized all over the country. He's getting paid to go. He developed a technique, and I don't know enough about this, but he developed a technique and he won this award. And it's basically trimming downtime and fucking recovery time by 70-80%. It's reducing complications in the surgery as well. And he's a DO. But he's one of the hardest working motherfuckers I know. Literally, he's just a fucking.
John, it's super rare for a DO to become a surgeon, by the way. Yeah. And apart from that, what I've learned about surgeons is that basically every surgeon in every hospital is a person who's developed some unique technique in their specialty.
Yeah.
That's how rare these guys are. There's just so few of them. Well, I don't think people know how long we've been doing surgery for. It's 100-year-old medicine.
He also developed this catheter.
It's even more modern than that. It's really the last 30 years that we've had modern surgical techniques.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you gotta start it kind of at really the Mayo Clinic, right?
Right.
But I think it makes sense though for these DOs who wind up breaking through because they do look at a bigger whole picture. They're not so fucking robotic, and so they so I think it's correlative for that reason. But you're right. They don't get the those residencies like ortho and derm and neurosurgery. Those are incredibly competitive. They're the least accepted. And if you're a DO, you're going to be behind the ball on that. But if you do break through, it's because they worked with you. They literally worked with you one-on-one.
I think NPs are great for just everything that's run of the mill. Cough, sniffles, strep throat.
Driving all the revenue.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Everything that's run of the mill should just be NP-PA, and you don't really need more than that.
If I'm getting stitched up for a little cut, I don't want the doctor. I'd rather the PA.
Yeah, you just want to go to the NP and the PAs. They run the urgent care centers basically.
So they run the fucking clinics too for the surgeons.
Yeah.
All that follow-ups.
This is what I said to Dr. Patrick. Most surgery can be done by anybody.
Yeah. My wife is a NP, but she never really got to use her degree because she got pregnant right around the time she graduated.
there's a hospital in India called I think Arvind Institute or something, eye surgery, and what they did is they taught like nurses to do cataracts, and so India went from like a country where like cataract surgeries were really expensive and hard to get to like basically it's like a 5-minute procedure done by a nurse. Dude, and so you can get cataracts removed by
it's gonna be
a person who's done 5,000 surgeries.
It's gonna be really crazy when the Da Vinci robot can run itself. That's like a whole new era.
Well, I'm curious what it's going to do with gunshot wounds, because like think about how like you get into the hospital, you tell it it's like there's a gunshot wound and it does its thing, and like it probably gets in there a minute or two faster than a surgeon could.
Yeah. I mean, the surgeons that are using the Da Vinci robot are already some of the best surgical outcomes in the world. So once the robot can use, real world AI to do it or whatever, that'll just be amazing.
Well, eventually it's in the ambulance, right?
Eventually, yeah. Especially for something like a gunshot wound.
That'd be interesting, like your doctors literally, like they have the people get you in the ambulance and the doctor zooms in from India.
Yeah.
Like Sri Lanka. He's like, this is my 3rd gun victim today. I did one in California, one in Florida, and now one here in New York. What we got here? Okay. Yep, all right. Button pushed. Done.
We're not allowed to have guns here in New York, so there's
Yeah.
We only, like, a problem here, like in Las Vegas, is like we only have one level 1 trauma center. So like during the Las Vegas shooting, they were triaging people in the parking lot because they couldn't bring them to other hospitals. They had to bring them to that one center that was equipped for it. And you can just imagine now that if you have one of these robots, you can just put them in every hospital, rural, otherwise, and like suddenly you've expanded
in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas is really shit for medicine.
Even at UNLV? Is it at UNLV?
No, it's at UMC. So if you ever get really fucked up. If you ever get really fucked up on the strip, they'll take you to UMC.
What's the population of Vegas then?
2 million.
That's crazy.
Dude, we just got a teaching. UNLV just became a teaching hospital like 2-3 years ago.
Well, it's like UNLV. A lot of these trauma one.
There's only like
a lot of these places. A lot of these places seriously like grew so fast. Like the city I was from in Minnesota was 20,000 people when I moved in. We moved in 1994. It's like 200,000 now.
Right.
The city I'm living in now is 140,000 people, and I guarantee in the 90s it was 20,000. Austin only has one too, because Austin blew up really quickly. I wonder if Austin is in that same bucket as the Vegas hub.
No, because they have a university.
I know,
I'm sure
UT Texas. I'm just saying, outside of UT Texas.
Yeah. Usually, it seems to be
Austin.
The quality of medical care seems very dependent on teaching hospitals. So if you have a teaching hospital in your area, you're likely to get better quality of care. That's why Boston, San Francisco, the Bay Area, Chicago, Northwestern, exactly. If you have a teaching hospital, you're going to get better care than
I bet you Chicago has like 4 to 6. They do. Chicago, not even just the burbs,
Yeah, they have a lot in Chicago. Chicago's like
they fucking train you to go to Iraq before you go to Iraq, Afghanistan. Right. They send you to Cook County.
Austin has 1. Dallas has 4.
See, that makes sense.
Chicago.
But Chicago has 12.
Chicago has 4. I think it really has to do with how fast your population. Yeah, that's why I suggested Austin probably only has that, and I bet you it's UT Austin. And like it's crazy, dude. Like there's so many of these under like inventoried medical systems all over the United States because of that. And like by the way, that's another good argument against integration. That's probably why like it's a really bad idea. Well, they all go to the because they go to the county hospital because that's where they're going to go to the emergency room and not have to fucking have insurance or whatever, and then they're going to fucking flood that place with. They're going to inundate that place, and then the people that actually need the fucking care that are citizens are going to be fucked. But, dude, here's what's crazy. Here's what's actually crazy, I think. When you think about the Las Vegas shooting, for instance, right, Otto? Like, how many people don't lose their lives if you have 2 trauma centers? You know, I mean, they got that shit F.
100%. Because you should have seen the pictures of them triaging in the parking lot. It was crazy.
I mean, I don't remember him fake. I mean, I remember it being fucking like crazy psycho. Like,
you know, I was here and I gave blood the next day. I was very involved in it actually, and I remember it very vividly. And yeah, you're right. If we had a second trauma center, probably 20, I don't know how many people died, but let's say 15 more people might have lived.
The way
they do those triages, by the way, the way they do those 2000.
It was like 2017. No, like 17. 17 or 18, maybe.
I don't think so, dude. It was 17.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't 2012. It was 2015 because it was during the Trump. Wasn't it 2017? Trump? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Then they started talking about bump stocks. Remember they started talking about bump stocks?
That's right. The fucked up thing about like the Vegas shooting or any of those other like triage moments where they have like the limited hospital staff is the first thing they do is they go through and they'll like tag people with like colored tags as to whether like this person's operating on or not. And many of the people are alive and they'll watch the tag that gets put on them.
Hopefully they don't know what color it means. Hopefully because they don't know what color. Have you heard? You guys have heard Dr. Nitty tell her story?
Figure out green versus red. You know,
what's the resale value on the high value triage ticket?
You guys have heard Dr. Nitty tell her story about being at Ground Zero, right? Like that's one of the craziest stories I've ever heard.
What's the TLDR? I mean,
dude, no, she was
triage for people coming from.
Dude, she was at the closest hospital to Ground Zero on 9/11.
Was she doing training? Is that what she was doing?
Yeah, if you go back and watch the documentaries from that day, the ones like where they bring the cameras into the hospital, she's in there like fucking triaging the fuck out of people. She said she was covered, dude. She said she was covered in dirt and dust and soot and like everything else, you know, like, and just it was just the craziest. She was on her feet for like 48 hours, kind of thing. Like, you got to listen to her tell the story. It's a nuts story.
Yeah, my thoughts. The first responders, but he never talked about.
I really would like
real quickly, David. What's the level 1 trauma situation in Nigeria?
Zero.
All of the Nigerian doctors are based in America. They go there in the summer and they'll do surgery.
They're snowbirds.
I actually do know like multiple Nigerians that do this. And actually, there are 2 kids from my high school who ended up playing in the NFL, but their parents are Nigerian doctors, and so yeah, they have a charity where they bring Nigerian doctors to remote Nigerian villages.
Before I started dating Tina, I went out on a few dates with this ER surgeon.
You're dating Bitcoin Tina?
By the way, yeah, for sure. Hey, do me a favor. Why are like Nigerians like far more successful in America? Like most Nigerians I know are well-to-do.
It's because they're very smart.
Why are the fucking people from the Congo retarded and the people from Nigeria are smart? Like, what's the difference?
Well, because Nigeria exported all of their stupid people who were slow and dumb.
Well, did they send them to the country we were trying to acquire?
They sent them to America, Haiti, and Brazil mostly.
What was the like? Why? How? What's the fucking story?
They did it on boats.
They were part of the slave trade, is what Joseph is saying.
It is like a Jewish thing to some degree. Like in the sense that they're very focused on education, like all that. Like they focus on like getting degrees.
Yeah, they're the black Jews.
The year was 1519 or 1619.
So America basically made Nigeria really powerful, just like every other country.
And Nigeria said, let's get the slowest people out of our country and the dumbest.
And then they won Olympic golds in racing. You're right. That's actually what they sent them to Jamaica.
Have you heard this? That I didn't know this until very recently, but like when Black Americans go back to like Kenya or something, the black people there are like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Where's the white person?
Exactly.
Yeah, they're like, "Where's the white person? What are you gonna do? How are you gonna help us when you look like us? This makes no sense." You know?
And then they asked for Mr. Beast.
I also didn't. I don't know if this is apocryphal or not, but I saw some video of a guy, an African guy, saying that African people invented the term white supremacy. And I was like, is that true?
Dude, that's like every other claim of things black people invented.
No, he was saying it in the way where he was like,
we love white people.
He was like, we love the white man. There's this Aries Spears joke where he's talking about how black people or Africans treat black people. It's like, get away from me. What the fuck? You are unclean, whatever. And then when white people come out, it's like, oh, I love the white man. I love the white man. It's so dumb.
I wonder what they would do for me.
I think, do people know that, like, we would love to see Africa be developed? I think people assume we, want to rape and pillage Africa, but we would all love to see a developed Africa.
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, we go to Africa and we're like, hey guys, look at that shiny yellow stuff in the ground. You want to give that to us? And they're like, for what? And we're like a tuna sandwich. Like, okay, take it home. And we're like, cool. And then we take it. And like, I think that Americans and other people in the world are like, maybe we want that for a little while longer. Like, maybe just a little bit longer.
I don't know that we've been holding back African development even 1%.
Well, China's running ripshot all throughout Africa right now.
You think we are holding back Africa's development?
No, I don't actually. I think that Africans are largely tribal, and the idea of like them coming into regular society.
I think
concept there.
I think if we held back their development, it's because we drew their borders too large. Like,
well, the tribes weren't in perfect squares in the middle of Africa.
Well, no, there were so many more tribes.
And we would have had 4,000.
It's so much weirder than that, though, because like when we drew the borders in Africa, so many of the tribes were like, "What do you mean we're in a border? Like, what do you mean?"
Fuck these UK assholes who fucking.
Right, it was the UK that did it.
We're not them. Fuck these guys.
The French too, and the Dutch.
French, the Dutch,
and the UK. A lot of the tribes were like, "We're like, what do you mean we're in it? Like in the Congo? No, we're in."
No, that is a big part of it, man. And that's literally like, if you look at the Hutus and Tutsis, you can redraw the lines, and then there's no Hutu and Tutsis.
The click language.
And you're like, your president is Dr. Kagongo. And you're like, what's a president?
When you go to the Hutus wasn't a line thing.
When you go to the click language tribes, you'll be like, what's your name? And they'll be like, and you're like, what? How does anybody keep this shit straight?
Paul would have liked my joke.
I stepped on it.
Who's the president?
No.
Who's my president?
No. The one I was telling a couple weeks ago. The horse one.
The zebra one.
Yeah, what does a horse say? What does a horse say, John?
Nay.
What does a zebra say?
I have no fucking idea.
The zebra says, nay.
It's hard. It doesn't translate well.
You would disclose the days you have sex with Moqua.
It's a good joke, but it doesn't do well on the phone.
Nay.
It's a click and then a nay. You're just not hearing the click.
I get it. No, I get it now. I'm just saying. It's just like, one, I'm the 44th person. I'm literally the last person who understood the joke. It's not a really good self-esteem builder. But it's just like when Joseph gets into this mode, he goes from like serious to joke on a fucking dime. And I'm not as smart as him. I can't keep up.
It's all right, John.
You have to realize, in order to know when he's doing it or not, you have baseline is always Jensen joking, and that he's only serious about 32% of the time. So you got to listen for the serious parts and not the joke parts. You're doing it backwards.
I'm indexing backwards. You're right. Yeah. I'm literally like, I'm like, what doesn't belong on this list as opposed to what should be on this list.
Exactly.
I'm staying on Ponce de Leon Road, hoping that my skin gets younger. See how this works.
I don't think the final youth is there.
I'm not looking for the Fountain of Youth. I'm just looking for the Ponce de Leon. I'm doing a derivative on his exploration.
How the fuck are you here in Florida and not coming up here and hanging out?
Dude, honestly, I don't want to. I'll text you, but had a really bad situation, and she's actually in the hospital right now, so I won't be there. Yeah.
John, if you need to talk about it, come up here and hang out.
Okay. I can't right now because I'm walking around the hospital getting steps.
Hope everything's good. Hope everything's good, man.
Yeah, she'll be fine, but it's like still gotta like
yeah.
It's fine. Yeah.
Hope everything's good.
I appreciate it.
I just recently realized, I said this the other day, but when I was a younger adult, all the older adults would always ask me, everything okay? Everything all right? How's everything with you? And I was like, why do these fucking people always ask me? Yeah, shit's fine. Leave me alone. And then I got older, and I was like, oh, fucking life is just calamity after calamity. And it's rare if shit is okay. Dude, last time. I think I broke my wrist at 8:45, and my dog was dead at like 12:30.
Bro, I told
John killed your dog.
I bet he did.
You got that dog out of Chicago? I'm not dating Koreans. Like, you bought a dog and another dog had to die, and it just happened to be a house. Just
blood in, blood out. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You know what's funny? The kids move on really fast because the dog's only been gone 2 weeks, and today my daughter, who was the one who was like crying for like 2 days, announced she was like, I don't really miss him anymore.
No, and I was like, I know which daughter this is, by the way. I know which one this is.
I was like, that's it's my second. But I was like, that's okay. You don't have to. It's not, mandatory or whatever. But it was just interesting how quick they moved on.
How did your oldest handle? Because I feel like she's
barely a reaction. Barely.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
She was like, okay, he's dead. Moving on. Like, that was her vibe. And the 3-year-old made a bunch of pictures of him and pasted them all over the wall. Like 40 pictures of the dog.
Pretty damn adorable.
It was cute. It was her own way to grieve, And the baby was just like, but you did that, So that's kind of how it went down.
I'm sorry, the baby's not taking a walk.
Yeah, the baby's just like,
she hasn't gotten out of bed. She hasn't been able to get up and walk.
My two-year-old. My two-year-old's so funny. The other day, her mom was like, "You want to go to dance class?" And she was like, "No." And she was like, "What do you mean? We always go to dance class on this day." And she was like, "No." And she was like, "No, come on, we're going to dance class." And then she was like, I kick people. And we were like, what? And she was like, yeah, I kick. And we were like, who are you going to kick? And she was like, Charlie, like her little friend. And we were like, you're not going to really kick Charlie, are you? She was like, I will. And we were like, we believe her. So we just let her stay home.
Oh, man, we took our teenagers home.
It was so funny though, because she was just like, if I don't want to go, I don't have to go, and I'll start kicking people. Oh, fuck it. And I was like, I respect this level of terror. She basically held us hostage.
Kick Charlie?
Yeah, she's like, we were like, Charlie's your best little friend. She's like, I don't care, I kick her.
I'll motherfuck Charlie.
I'm not going to this fucking dance lesson, and Charlie can pay for it if she had.
I think it was because she'd already kicked Charlie at some point, and her mother was like, no, you can't do that, very bad, whatever. And so she was like, I do the bad thing if you make me go. Kids are so funny, man.
Off note, but Ben Askren seems to be doing pretty good, eh?
Dude, he's climbing back.
Did he get over his TBI?
No, he had a double pneumonia, almost died, like lost like 75 pounds, like
double lung transplant.
Yeah, dude, he looked, bro, and there's a video, Jensa, as a man, it's very hard to watch it and not cry, of him just being like, you know, he was, dude, I was hanging out with him like 4 or 5 months before this happened or some shit. He was like such a stud of a guy. He was jacked. He was fucking funny and charismatic, and like he just gets like a shell of himself. And it's just like, it's a hard video to watch. Even the people that hated him from the UFC, like Jorge Masvidal, were commenting on it and being like, respect, man, you're a fucking warrior. I hope you get better, you know, whatever. Like, it was really like,
Yo, did Dana step in? Did Dana step in and help out? Like,
I don't know. I think Jake Paul helped out, actually.
No, I heard that was bullshit.
Well, I don't know who helped out, but bro, it was, as a man, it's just rough to see a good family guy like that get taken down almost to the place of death.
Wasn't it like, what's the shit that they get in jiu-jitsu that I was worried about getting? The fucking infections?
MRSA? No, it wasn't that.
No,
it was
staph.
It was just like a crazy.
That's what I heard.
It was a crazy pneumonia that he got.
I know, but I thought it was like something that staph. Yeah, staph.
Oh, did it come from
pneumonia? Yeah.
Oh. Interesting. I didn't know it could do that.
Staph is fucking scary, man. It's fucking scary. It literally like turns its body on itself, man. It's like we don't even fully understand it. Like we don't really know what to do with it. Like, dude, we sort of get it.
What's scary is it happens in the hospital, the place where you are vulnerable.
Well, that is actually where most, but yeah, that's for sure. That's part of it.
Dude, it just the Askren stuff is like, it's really good to see him doing better because it was just brutal, man. Especially like I was like really, me and him were like buddy all night, you know.
Hey,
we were hanging out.
What was the time span from election to when he got hurt? Because it was election night, right?
Yeah, it's like 5 or 6 months. Not very long.
That's fucking scary, dude.
I know, dude. And I'm telling you, I was hanging out with him in person. He was just like a stud. The guy.
This is one of the things that I've learned is like when you think of a friend that you haven't like talked to in a while, or you know, and you think about them, just send them a text. Like it sounds gay, but like, yo, bro, I'm just thinking about you. Is everything good? And it's just like I get those texts from time to two, and honestly, because you wake up one day and they're gone, and you're just like, fuck, dude.
Yeah, life is crazy like that.
I was just thinking about them like a week.
Life is fucking great. You also start to realize, I think, this is something I've realized as I've gotten older, is that people I've spent time around, no matter what the issues that arose between us were, are important people in your life, you know? So, like, even though, like, in the moment, there can be all these petty differences and it causes a rift or whatever, they're actually, like, important people in your life, you know? Because you spent so much time with them. And so it has a meaning, but sometimes it can be hard to overcome whatever the rift was. But eventually I feel like, all right, my hope anyway, is that as people get older, things just, because I feel like a lot of the people that are mad at me, like family members or whatever, I'm not mad at them. And it's going to be them coming back around at some point and being like, realizing this themselves. But it's just like, I'm not mad at you, man. I maybe don't want to spend all my time with you, but like.
One example of this, my neighbors growing up, they were older. She had one family member, a sister. They got in a fight over tomato plants and didn't talk to each other for 30 years.
Yeah.
Over tomato plants. And her husband died, and she ended up in a home with nobody to visit her and died alone. Basically, my family was the only people that visited her. Like
over fucking tomato plants.
And they still, on her deathbed, her sister wouldn't visit her because of that fight.
Dude,
so pathetic, man.
My thing for me is I can't control the other person, but I'm willing to just let it all be in the past. I don't care. As long as you didn't like really.
If someone apologizes to you,
yeah,
you like. I'm at this point in my life. It may not be that like, you know, that I want to regain the same friend. Like the trust may have been broken.
Right.
Probably not going to re-engage in the same relationship. But if someone legitimately is willing to apologize to you as a man, especially like, for men. Like, I'm not gonna get into like emotional women shit. Man, like, yo, my bad, I fucked up. Sorry, pulling him out. You're forgiven. I honestly feel that way about my wife, my ex-wife. Like, just like, if you're willing to apologize, then I let it ride.
The only one that's hard to forgive is betrayal.
That's like most of it, though. But how? That's most families.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's usually what caused like rifts or whatever.
Forms of betrayal. It's expectation. I'm okay.
Yeah. It is like, you know, I think you do it for yourself, really. I think that's the thing. It's like, I know that there are people I will probably never talk to again from my past, but I also hold no malice towards them, you know?
Yeah.
And that's for me. That's for me. I'm not holding on anything.
I have a hard time holding on to malice. Like, I don't even, like, remember to. Like, sometimes I look at people that hold grudges and I'm like, man, that's a lot of work to maintain that.
It is.
Like, you have to legitimately think about it.
Yeah, but you have a good life, Dave. You know, like, you have a wife and kids who love you, and, you know, you have a successful business, and you're a successful guy. A lot of people don't have anything going on, and so they just ruminate on the thing they think went wrong in their life, you know, instead of just getting on with it and fucking, you know, putting one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, I think I have to keep track before. Even before, when I was like a younger dude, like I couldn't, like, I don't know, just character thing. I think I don't know why, but I find it so detrimental to yourself. And
it is. It's like they say, anger is like there's like holding a hot stone and waiting to throw it at somebody else, and that's so true. It's like the truest thing. Every time I've been whipped up in anger, it's the only person that ends up harming is me, you know? Yeah, that's not you gotta like kind of identify these people and get them out of your life, you know, like before they enter your life. If they're family or whatever, yeah, it's a different thing, but like, if you're still in a place where you're accepting people that are betraying you into your life, then that's a problem you need to address.
I used to fail for that. I used to be the worst at this. I would literally know someone was doing the bad thing to me because I loved them or I felt like I was being the bigger person. I would still, even if I knew what they were doing, I would still. And Joseph knows one of the examples, and it's so stupid, but I do. And it's like you might be like a really good person, but you got to be a good person to you too.
Yeah, 100%. I'm the same way. I've been like. Long term, I've been a people pleaser my whole life, actually, even though it doesn't sometimes sound like I am. But because I'm mainly fighting against it, that's why I'm like, fuck other people.
I see this in me too. I recognize it because I think about some of the family strife you and I've kind of had.
Yeah, man.
Basically, and think about it. Like right now, if they were to come and take the L, you'd be like, okay, whatever. Yeah, that's cool. We're probably not going to go on vacation together. We're probably not going to be best friends. But yeah, man, I'm ready to move on. And
100%.
But part of the other thing is, you know, like without being like braggadocious, it's because like our lives are good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you got to be in a good place for you to do that. You know?
I had a conversation with my cousin a little bit ago, and she was kind of telling me, hey, the family would kind of want you back, but you would need to like kind of issue a blanket apology. And I was like, well, listen, I'm not going to do that, right? Because I don't actually think I owe anybody an apology, especially not a blanket one. And in fact, if anything, I think I'm owed an apology. But I told her, I was like, I'm okay with never getting an apology, and I'm okay with just kind of putting it beside us. But I'm not willing to subjugate myself to the group. And you guys, you'd have to be okay with that. Like, I'm not gonna.
There's also a zero tolerance policy after that.
Right. I'm not gonna say a bunch of I'm sorries and whatever because I'm not sorry for anything I did because I didn't do anything to you. You know, if I had done something,
I'm still open to the empty apology to like come down to their level. I'm okay with the empty apology, but it's really just like it's like an olive branch of, it's not necessarily an apology. It's like, okay, I'm ready to move on too. And honestly, dude, like getting to that place is a fucking much more comfortable place in life. It just is. I mean, I know it sucks, but it's a better place.
My family, unfortunately, has an inability to be honest or have honest conversations. And so me being a truth teller, like, offends them in a way that I'm dangerous to the
They're
group.
delusional. They're delusional.
What do they perceive that you did to them?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's very hard for me to actually know what they perceived that I did them.
He was winning and he told everybody about it.
It basically is, okay, I'm the only male heir in the family. And when my father died, my father was kind of the guy, like, when my grandfather died, my father took over as, like, de facto patriarch. A real thankless job, because it's a bunch of, like, it's a longhouse, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a bunch of women in the family and men that haven't. And so it was a real thankless job, but he kind of was keeping things together. And there was kind of a idea, I think, in the family that I would take over after he died and keep things together and play his role. And my rejection of that was seen as a betrayal, essentially.
What did you do to reject it?
I rejected it by mainly just being, it's like, again, I don't feel like I did anything wrong, so it's hard for me to recount this, but, like, from their perspective, I think they were trying to give me advice, air quotes. They were trying to control me. They were trying to tell me what to do, what to say, how to be. They didn't like that I had this persona of being American Huddle. They knew about it. They didn't like it. And they didn't like me being world, saying whatever I felt like. And they really wanted me to, like, calm down, not, you know, be small, be quiet, like, whatever. Like, and it was for no tangible benefit to myself. So I was kind of like, yeah, I fucking completely reject all of that. And
was it to benefit to them, or just their cultural beliefs that you should do that?
I think they're just scared of whatever, like the unknown or something, and they just thought I should just, like, genuflect to whomever, like them or the powers that be or social consensus or something. It's very hard to know, man. Like, I really don't get it. And then I did at one point call my cousin a bitch. In my defense, she is a bitch, you know. And I issued an apology to her. It was a fake apology, but I issued it. I was like, hey, I'm sorry. And she was like, I'll never forgive you. And I was like, that's cool. I'm still sorry. Like, my bad.
Dude, I'm convinced bad words exist so that women can do whatever they want to you and then get you to call them a bad word and then never apologize for the actual thing that constituted the word and pretend that you saying one word once is in any way equivalent to the shitty thing that they did.
That's exactly the way my cousin and everybody else.
I know so many women in my family who act that way. It's like they'll do something for a month of, like, persistent fucking with me, and I'll just say one word, and like, I can't believe you said that one word. I'm like, okay, you're right. That was a second of me being bad. I apologize for that. How about the 4 fucking weeks of you being ridiculous? And they're like, well, that's besides the point. And I'm like, no, it really isn't.
I think also there, you know, on Twitter, I had anonymously shit talked them a little bit, but I didn't use their names or anything. I just said, you know, like, it was during COVID. It was during COVID times, and they were like, I just said, you know, a person in my family thinks XYZ, isn't that retarded? And then there were a bunch of people who were, like, agreeing with me that it was retarded. And then they were, like, upset about it. But it's like, I don't care about how you feel about this. You know what I mean? That's from my perspective.
Or was this, like, COVID stuff? Or
no, yeah, they were all COVID liberals. All of them.
And there's, like, you kind of, like, there are times, though, like, I basically cut off most of my thoughts.
They essentially, can I tell you this? They essentially tried to have an intervention with me for voting for Trump in person.
Is your family liberal? Is your family liberal?
Yeah, they're pretty liberal.
Holy shit. You voted for Trump?
Yeah, they actually legitimately tried to have an intervention with me.
Like, what did it look like? They took you to dinner or some shit, or like, what? They all showed up at your house?
No, I was at the beach with them on a family vacation, and they, like, ganged up on me, obviously as an ambush. And, you know, it was a struggle session. Like, it was this whole struggle session.
I know how that went. It started off the words with, we're very concerned with.
Yes. That's exactly how it started.
For Donald Trump.
It's exactly how it started.
I had one of those before from a guy who was not my friend, but felt like he was. And it's a reason I probably didn't go to church for like 7 years.
Well, the real thing, it goes even deeper in the family, because obviously this is familial trauma stuff. But like the real thing is, if I'm just gonna like spell it all the way out, is that my father gave me an eat when I was young to hide my mother's illness or severity of my mother's illness from everyone, from the world. And this included immediate family members. So I had to continuously kind of pretend that everything was fine at home. And it wasn't. My life as a child was like severely traumatic. And I just had to kind of play a character in order to like go along to get along. And I did that for a long time until my grandfather died and then my father died. And then when they both died, I was like, am I playing this character for whom? I'm not going to do this anymore. And kind of the person they thought they knew, which was not really me, but a character version of me, died. And I exposed them to the real version of myself, which they didn't like.
It was American Idol.
Exactly. So that's actually kind of what happened. And I choose me. I choose me, dog. I choose me.
I have a whole thing going on with my brother and his wife right now. I'm not really sure what it is, other than that I demanded an apology from her. And this is like the worst thing in the world.
You demanded an apology from her?
Oh, yeah.
What did she owe you an apology for? I remember you were having some friction with them.
Yeah. So when my parents, we were talking about moving them to a facility. I got my brother to get my dad to sign a power of attorney over. But what my brother didn't tell me was that he got his wife to sign it too. And then as soon as my parents got up there, what happened is, like, I needed a separate bank account because my dad kept pulling money out of his bank account, and it took them 8 months to figure out how to open up a bank account, and they did it wrong. And instead of just saying, sorry, I suck at this, she then accused me of stealing from my father.
Oh, yeah.
And said that she was in charge of his health because she has POA.
I remember this, yeah.
And then she sent a text to me and my wife to try to cause like relational strife in our marriage.
And so, yeah, she definitely owes you an apology. And she won't apologize for that?
She refuses to. And
that's causing...
need to have more grace than her. I'm like, no. Wait a second.
It's like, how can you actually really repair a relationship if nobody ever says I'm sorry? Yeah. But yeah, man.
I was trying to be apologizing.
Family stuff, bro.
It's important to know, and like I got really bad at this because I was in like a very toxic family dynamic until I realized it as an adult. Where it was like there were just family members in my life who like had genuine contempt for me.
Yes.
And like because I had to live in this system, I calloused my ability to feel contempt, and it fucked me up because I would have friends in business and be like, well, I can work with that person. We just have a disagreement. No, that person has contempt for me. There is no like be the bigger man. Once established, someone genuinely has contempt for you, you cut them out immediately. There's nothing you can do to improve that situation.
The most painful thing I've ever experienced was that. Literally, like, the most painful experience I ever did was I was trying to do things to impress the people that were rooting against me. And I was like, wait, look, I like, look what I did. It's good now. Like, and then it's like, yeah, but I'm like, huh? Like, wait a second. I had the worst odds out of all of us. I did the
That was another one.
What the fuck's going on?
That was another one for me, John.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even fully over that. Like, it's still fucking me when I think about it.
That was the inciting incident for me to kind of, fracture off and do my own thing, which was, I became very successful. And a bunch of people I thought would be happy for me, anything but. And it really kind of fucked with my head because I was like, why have I been extending loyalty to you if you don't extend any back to me? And then I was like, what's wrong with me? going out, like extending loyalty to people who are actively disloyal to me. You know?
So for me, I expect that in almost every relationship I have. The relationships I value most are the ones that like it literally is a form of selflessness both ways. It's not 50-50, we're both 100. But for me, I was actually expecting that. I was expecting, we talked about this before. I remember having this conversation where it's just like people started to take for granted what you like. So it was like everything was at my house. Like my cousin's kids, my aunts, like every fucking part is like my house was like a fucking banquet hall or something like that. Because I had a nice house all of a sudden. And it was like, wait a second. I was okay with that. But when I found like that people were literally like talking bad about the things that really they should have been celebrating for me, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even fully like. Listen, do I actively think about it every day? Do I wake up pissed about it? No. But when I see those people, I'm like, fuck that guy. Still to the
100%, and I completely understand. And then to like, yeah, like to circle back on like my thing is like the conversation I was having with my cousin was essentially me telling her, "Hey, I'm really happy, and I'm not looking to rock the boat on that. I love my life and what I've built and my family and my happiness, and like I love and miss you, and I love and miss other people in the family, but I can't be the person you guys need me to be. I have to be who I am for the betterment of, like, I think this is the thing that's hard with familial trauma stuff is like, and this probably happens with a lot of people who have children, which is like, I was willing to forfeit my life because of the way I had grown up. I was made to feel guilty for existing, basically. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm a bad, evil person because I exist or whatever. Like, basic family trauma stuff. And that was fine with me. I lived life that way. It was probably why I was drinking too heavily, because like that's a pretty way to go through life feeling that way about yourself. But then I had kids.
What happened?
I don't know. Otto was weird.
He had kids, and then he lost his Clubhouse app forever.
You had me at suspense here.
I think that's one of the banned words.
Joseph, I counted. Joseph, I got up to 5 Scientology buildings in a 1.9-mile walk.
There you go. I'll continue with the Otto thing. What's funny is like I felt very similarly. Like when I was a kid, I felt like my entire childhood was sacrificed for the betterment of my brothers and family. And then as an adult, I realized that what had happened because of that is my brothers didn't know what had happened in our house, and they don't believe that that's what happened. Which is super fucked up.
Sounds like all this apology stuff is just power games.
It is. But that's only because most people view apologies as humiliating.
I learned something the hard way. This person used to hurt me, and I would let them know. And they would always say, "Oh, I'm sorry I hurt you." And I couldn't figure out why they would continue repeating of the thing that hurt me. And then one time we were talking, and the person said, "Oh, I'm not sorry for what I did. I'm just sorry that it hurt you, what I did." I'm like, because when I say I'm sorry about something, it's like, oh, I did something, and I'm not going to do it again. But this person would continually do it. And it was a very interesting, I learned that, and it was a valuable lesson.
That's a Canadian thing. Somebody you knew was a Canadian.
Did you know he was actually?
It's crazy how different family members are completely incapable of an unqualified. Where it's just like, you can just say, hey, I'm sorry. And then you don't have to like reflect or contextualize, or you just be like, hey, I'm really sorry that happened.
Well, Mohan, in my family, it's really weird because like my mother and father, well, my mother was abusive and my father let it happen. And what's interesting is, as adults, I didn't share this with anyone, but my brother tells me that it didn't happen to me, right?
Right.
And then what's happened in the recent years is we found out that it not only happened to me, but it was happening to my little brother and sister. And we've done the timeline, and it's exactly the same time that it was happening to me. It's like my mom had like a break or something. And
what was
my little brother abused in the house. My mom was physically like hit us.
Yeah.
Well, she would hit me. With them, she did other. Like it was. My little sister told me that my mom used to give her ice baths if she peed her pants at night.
Yeah. Yeah. So she was having some sort of bipolar episode.
My mom, definitely. Like I could literally, yeah. I could track it on a calendar. It was like every like 4 months or something like that. It was cyclical.
They call that. I forget what they call that in psychology, Joseph, but I think they call that the like kicking the dog. So like in some family, like they pick someone in the family who just like is the lowest status person, take their emotional, like they had a shitty day, I'm going to take it out on the dog kind of thing.
Yeah. So this is what happened with my brother and sister. And what's interesting is my brother has decided that he's right. It didn't happen to me, but it did happen to my little brother and sister.
I can't even imagine as a parent doing that. That's crazy. I'm sorry that you said
it's insane. But like, what's interesting to me is, like, for me, the interesting thing is I was not telling people then because I realized that if I did, we'd probably end up in foster care.
Mm-hmm.
So I kept the family together, and for the sake of like stability, and the result is that like my little brother and me don't have a relationship, and he's a dick. He thinks that like that he's allowed to do this stuff because he doesn't believe the stories, even though now he knows that my mom was doing it to my little brother and sister.
Did your mother ever get diagnosed?
No.
Okay. And did it stop at any point?
When I left the house.
Yeah. So it went on until you were older.
It went on for my brother and sister beyond that. Like I remember.
And is she still like that?
She's
not abusive, but still like bipolar-y.
Very, very. Like when I go see her, she'll threaten to kill herself all the time.
Oh yeah, she's bipolar, man. 100%. 1,000%.
I diagnosed it when I was a kid. I was like, she's bipolar. Like you got to do something about this.
The cyclical nature of it is very emblematic of mental illness. Like, when I was a kid, my mother used to destroy our entire house every 3 years, like clockwork. So every 3 years, she would destroy the entire house, everything inside the house. Like
she would go through it and break things, or she would like
everything, break everything. She would break everything. She would just break. She would like imagine somebody demoing your house with all your stuff in it. She would do that every 3 years, and it was just like a pattern that couldn't stop, and it created this anxiety in me where, I was just like, every 3 years, my life is about to get completely fucking destroyed. All my things are going to be broken. I'm going to be in chaos. No, it is like a Bitcoin pattern. It is. And in adulthood, I started recapitulating the pattern and fucking up my own life every 3 years. Yeah. And
interesting.
Yeah, it gets really stuck in you, and it's important to like recognize that like it is a cyclical pattern. It has nothing to do with you. There's this thing also of living with a mentally ill person where you can kind of like inhabit some of the characteristics of the mentally ill without being mentally ill yourself.
Well, you know what? You know what's funny, Otto? I had this dog, and the dog did something to piss me off, and I hit the dog. Right? This is a few years ago, and like if the adrenaline rush from it was amazing. And I, at that moment, was like, fuck, like, that can't happen again. And that was like the moment I like abandoned any sort of anything like that. I was like, nope, not doing that again ever. My temper.
I had a very similar thing like early in my marriage. Me and my wife got in a big screaming match. And I took a candle, like a glass candle, and threw it against the wall. And it just shattered everywhere. And I felt the same way. I felt like exhilarated by doing that, you know? And it's because that's the pattern I had witnessed in my house all those years. Like literally throwing dishes and like all that shit in culture that's like, you know, in movies that was always depicted as like, they just have a, you know, whirlwind romance or some shit. It's always just bipolar disorder.
Yeah, I always find it funny when like there's a couple, one of them grew up in an unhealthy childhood and the other one grew up in a healthy childhood, and they have culture clashes. Like you'll see people where they're like, hey, my significant other still hugs their father. Isn't that weird? And everyone else is like, no, that sounds perfect. Yeah. That sounds perfectly healthy. Like, you're like, yeah, but you know, he's like 35 and he hugs his father when he sees him. Like, no, that sounds perfectly well adjusted.
You know what's really funny is my brothers don't know how to deal with my mom right now because she's, you know, severely depressed, and they didn't realize it until just now. So, like, when I'm there and she threatens to kill herself, my response is like, go ahead, do it. I don't give a shit.
That's the correct response.
Like, I don't care. What are you going to do with Mom? Show me the object. Mrs. Courageous, you're going to go kill yourself? Good luck.
My mother always threatened to kill herself. And like,
you need a knife? You need a knife, Mom? You're going to like run yourself into a wall? Tell me how you're going to do it.
My mother would always threaten that, and it was never real.
It's total manipulation.
Yeah.
So, like, last time my brother was in the room and my mom threatened it, I was like, go ahead. And he's like, what? I was like, yeah, Chris, that's the response. That's what you have to say. Go ahead, Mom. I dare you. Try it.
I think that while it is a tragedy that I don't talk to some of my family members because of some of this shit, I think the greater tragedy would be me continuing to recapitulate these patterns in my own family, you know? And so when I put that in context, I'm like, yeah, I don't really care that I don't speak to the fat bitches in the Midwest who don't like me.
There's one really important thing though that you have to like fix, because my dad fucked this up with my family really bad, is you can have siblings that for whatever reason you don't want to talk to, but you know your kids suck up whatever, like your kids are mirrors for you as a person, even the person you think you hide from them.
These are cousins, so I don't think it's the same.
I got you.
Yeah.
But like I'm just saying, you don't want to make sure that you pass on to your kids that feeling of like blood is not thicker than wine, and like if I have a problem with my siblings, I can just disown them, you know?
Oh, I agree. And I do often talk to the children about, I'm like, you girls are only going to have each other in this life, you know? Daddy's going to die one day and you're just going to have each other, and I really like enforce that. But they've also never met these people.
Right.
You know, they're all just people. They're all just people from the past. They don't know them.
Yeah.
It means nothing to them.
Because my dad, he remarried and he had two sets of kids way younger than me. And by the time they were born, he stopped talking to all of his siblings. And so they grew up in a world where it was like normal to like not speak to your siblings and be on bad terms with like direct blood family. And I think it really messed with their worldview of family.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I think this is probably why I've always felt the kinship with Jen Seth, is that, you know, we share the crazy mom thing. Every time I meet somebody who had a crazy mom, I like immediately relate to them, like 100%. I'm like, yep, I get this guy. Because it's a very weird, it's a very specific type of trauma, because, you know, your mother is supposed to be your emotional, like, safe place. And my mother would tell me that metal spiders ran the world. So it's not an emotional safe place. You know, I'd be like, yeah, I don't think that's true. But when I was like 3, I would be like, is that true?
Wait, your mother co-produced in Wild Wild West?
Right, exactly.
My brother-in-law's mom was crazy bipolar, and she was never abusive, but like she would, you know, one Christmas they'd get like huge gifts. She'd max out all their credit cards, and next Christmas they would get gifts from like around the house. Like, just like, I don't know. I haven't seen that, like, abuse, but I didn't know bipolar would typically turn to violence or.
I don't know if it typically does. It's just when it does, it's just cyclical. It's fucking weird. I always knew when it would happen because the morning would start out so calm. Like I'd be like, oh shit, today's calm. This is the day she's gonna explode. I just knew it.
Yeah, it can come out of nowhere, Dave, and there are degrees of it, right? So there's different types of, people don't know this, but there's different types of bipolar. There's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Bipolar 1 is pretty manageable, and those people, you know, they kind of get overly excited or they get, overly depressed, sad about something, but it's kind of within the realm of normality, and they can kind of hide it a little bit.
Yeah, and then there's like my brother-in-law's mom. Like even though she wasn't abusive, it was hospitalization level.
Right.
Like it was
that sounds more like bipolar 2, and then bipolar 2 has some of the features of schizophrenia, and then you go further up the stack, and there's schizoaffective disorder, and then there's like full-blown schizophrenia. And I think at any given time, my mother was diagnosed with all of those things. So it's like. It's a rough one, man. It's rough. And then my father, his way of dealing with it was to just work all the time, which just meant just neglecting me, essentially, and leaving me to deal with my mother. And so he became a workaholic. That was his way of like coping with a crazy wife. And then I would just kind of like fucking try and get the fuck out of the house as much as I could. So I would just be at other people's homes all the time.
Yo, Otto, this feels really weird to share, but also weirdly appropriate to share. But to kind of spin the family news into a happy note, my ex-wife just signed my marriage settlement agreement, and I am 6 days away from being divorced.
Hey,
there you go. Congrats, buddy.
Congrats. Let's celebrate divorce. That's what we do in this room.
Listen.
In John's situation, yes.
It's been a long almost 3.5 years, and I honestly sometimes I thought it was never going to come, and it's been incredibly expensive, incredibly painful, incredibly arduous. But I'm in a really good place. I'm like a really lucky dude. Like the fact that this thing, like I saw it signed, and then I like clicked into it to make sure that it was signed, even though it was like an e-signature.
Yeah.
And man, I don't know. It feels weird to tell a bunch of people, but you guys have kind of been on this ride with me, so here we are. I'm done.
Totally.
Yeah.
Happy for you, man.
I appreciate it, bro.
But yeah.
Back to trauma.
It is interesting that.
What's funny is how I saw that signature right after I sent you that text. Like,
oh, really?
I sent you that when you replied. It's the next thing that came through my inbox.
Nice.
So the irony is crazy, man.
It's
life, dog.
It's amazing how many people do deal with this kind of thing, and it's very underspoken about. I think, by the way, this was another thing with family members. When I started speaking this openly about shit, a lot of family members got upset with me. A lot, because it was like, you're supposed to keep all that a secret, and it was seen as like a betrayal of the family that I'm like exposing.
Like your grieving process, your grieving was there like betrayal somehow.
Somehow, yeah, and it's like those two things are at fundamental odds with each other, and so they can't be resolved.
You know what I thought about? I thought about this in terms for you as well, because I think about it in terms of like me separating, especially from my mom's family. I don't know my dad's family. My dad's family, like I know who they are, but like I didn't meet them until like 32. And I think me putting that like barrier is the best thing I did for my kids, or amongst the best things I did for my children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I cut that trauma out, and I allowed for them to not have to be exposed to that. And that was like, not only was that the right move, looking back at it, that was my responsibility in protecting them. And I know you, I assume, and I feel like you probably feel the same thing for the girls, right? Like, ideally everything would be hunky-dory and, you wouldn't be in this situation, but since you are, you have to kind of be, you have to go in protector mode, and like that's your responsibility. So,
100%. Yeah.
Oh man, honestly, dude, I actually have a headache at the same time, and my girl's like in surgery right now.
When you have, is she okay?
What's that?
Is it going okay? Is it going?
I mean, literally just walking. I'm like at the Equinox down the street, trying to just like pump out like anxiety.
Wait, your daughter or your girlfriend?
No, girlfriend. My girlfriend.
Well, I mean, I'm in Miami today. If you want just someone to hang out with, John, it's totally cool if you want to be alone. I'm just saying, if you want someone to hang out with in person, I'm around.
John, he's just trying to trick you into sex.
Jensen, I'm curious about your. Jensen, I'm curious about your father's reaction to your mother's mental illness. How did he deal with that?
That marriage fundamentally required that he accepted whatever way she was.
Right.
So, like, he just allowed it. And this is the thing, like, I put my parents in a room after college and basically told them they needed to admit what they did, or I'm never going to see them again. I was like, I'm cutting you out, or you have to admit it. So my mom finally came to grips with it. And my requirement was that she tell my brothers, but she didn't do that part. So, fundamentally, my father just kind of stood by as it happened.
Yeah.
And just kind of let it happen. It was weird because there's like a lot of things that in the moment, things that are clear abuse don't seem like abuse. They're just kind of like a thing that just happened. Mm-hmm. And then as you think about it, like, holy shit, like how was that abusive?
Yeah.
Yeah, like my brother once went into the fridge and grabbed a cake, right? So, there are those stories of people who, their kid takes a cigarette, so they're like, fine, you want a cigarette? Let's sit here and smoke the whole pack. And then the kid smokes themselves and stuff. And I don't know if that's good parenting or not, but it's effective at demonstrating that point. So my mom decided when my brother sold the cake that she was going to make him eat the whole cake. So no biggie. Then I come upstairs around 6 a.m. Getting ready for school or something. It wasn't school. I was at college. So I'd woken up, I guess, 6 a.m. And there's my brother eating the cake. It's explaining to me what happened. And then he throws up. Yeah. So he's, the point's been done. Congratulations. He got him to the point of being disgusted with the cake. And then she made him eat the vomit.
Oh my God. That's bad.
Whoa. And I put my phone, I was like, no, not happening.
Yeah, right.
And it was that moment that I look back on that and I think to myself, I witnessed it with my little brother and sister happening, but I just didn't realize that the level, because it was, in my mind, it was only happening.
How old were you when you did, if you don't mind me asking? How old were you? When you stepped in, you're like, it sounds like you stepped in, you're like, no fucking way, this isn't going to go down on my watch. How old were you?
I was in college, so
so you were becoming a man effectively. Like you were big.
Yeah. This was me witnessing this and being like, no, not happening to them also, right? So I thought I was stopping abuse from continuing. What I didn't know was that my mom had been doing shit to them the whole time.
Right.
So this was just like one day.
Yeah,
you were away at college, so you couldn't stop it.
Yeah, the reason why I asked about that is so I've made this known here, but my mom's brothers, they beat me up. They beat me up a lot. They broke my nose when I was 4 years old. And if you look at a child's face and you look at your fist, it's the size of a child's face, right? So you could have killed me. And there's no one that could do anything about it. But my brother, by the time he got, of college age, he didn't go to college, but by the time he got to college age, they tried to keep doing, I was 14, 13, 12, I'm getting older, but not old enough to stop a grown man from, throwing you across the room. And so it all ended, not because these guys became morally superior, but my brother literally fucking put his neck against the wall and basically almost killed him. And that's when it ended. And so, the reality of it is Like, they didn't stop abusing because they came to a moral component. They stopped abusing because they got physically stopped, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I figured, the reason I asked your age is because I figured, like, you weren't 10 when you did this. You know, you had to be physically imposing to be able to do that.
Yeah, it does. You know, that's the thing. So, you know, my little brother remembers, like, moments of this stuff. Like, for example,
These are
one time.
all my earliest memories of this. All the things that I remember first are all of these things. It's all related to this.
I believe that.
Like, I remember the Carol Burnett show was on in the background. I remember the Carol Burnett show.
Oh, dude, it's hard to wipe this shit in your mind.
Dude, you're so specific. Yeah, so specific.
Like, I still remember the TV. I remember the color of the carpet. I remember everybody's faces.
The smell.
I remember every punch my mom gave me the first time
We were
she
so
decided.
poor that I still kept that shirt, and it had bloodstains on it.
Do you
Bloodstain.
when you recapitulate it in your memory, do you view it from first person? Because I always view it third.
No.
Mine is always third person. Always.
No,
I'm always in the hallway watching it.
You know what? That's actually not entirely true. The thing is, I'm on my back, and the TV's behind me, so I'm not watching the TV, but I could hear it. And then my mom is screaming for her other brothers to do something, and one of her brothers is the one that pulled him off, and he beat his ass. But he also abused me too, right? Like, it was just like, you just defended me that day. Okay, like, what the... But the point
It's really fucked up. Like, the shit, like, you remember.
But anyway, the reason why I was bringing it up is, like, when I think of that memory, even as I'm conjuring it right now, I feel trapped on the ground. It's like I'm glued to the ground.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're always frozen in the memory. Or for me, anyway. I'm always frozen in the memory. And I was frozen in real life, too. So, that makes sense.
For me, I kicked my mom off me the first time. And then I ran upstairs and locked the bathroom door. And then I called my dad and told him what happened. He told me I was to go to swimming because I was on a swim team. And I had bruises all over my body at this point. He told me to make up a lie about what caused them. And then he told me that if I didn't go, I'd be in trouble. And then when I got home, he sat me down and grounded me for kicking my mom.
So crazy. It's nuts. Yeah, there's a feeling of... I think we share this feeling, me and you, of, like, our fathers just being weak cowards, you know? And that, in addition to the sort of, you know, cosmically existential nature of a, you know, mentally ill mother. So you have this force in your household, which is chaotic and, you know, it's unstable and the one person who has the means to do something about it refuses to do something about it. And you don't have the means. You're at the whims of both of the larger people. You know,
it's interesting how that I learned.
Like, I always thought you guys...
Okay, we're good.
I know, but I always thought you were retarded losers, but now I understand why.
Yeah, you got to give us some slack now. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's not funny, but like funny and like the whatever. But one of the things that I learned later, because my brother never liked talking about this shit, and neither do I, to be honest with you. Just like whatever, we are where we are. Things are good now, but like he got his ass kicked many times trying to defend me. Like he took the L's the entire time because he was getting older. And then he got to a point where he was bigger than them, and then it stopped just because he was bigger than them, you know? But like he, the entire time, while I was getting thrown around or getting picked on, he would just take these out. And I didn't remember that part, right? Like but I know it to be true.
one time my mother left me in an elevator in New York. And I was like, I was like 2 years old.
Surprised you're not more messed up. Like, seriously, I hear these stories. I'm like, that shit is fucked up.
My mother tried to poison me one time. She put bleach in my food. She left me in a parked car and I rolled into a ditch.
My memories of
I'm amazed I'm alive, bro.
Giving me candy and letting me drive their truck. truck when I was 7. Like, fuck,
I do think that the thing that me and Jenseth and John all have in common is that we're all dudes, and I think dudes can overcome this shit a little bit better than women can. I think it's tough. I think it's much tougher on girls. I think as a young man, you're kind of like, the world treats you like a piece of shit, and who doesn't matter, and you just kind of are like, all right, I'm a piece of shit, it doesn't matter, but I'm gonna keep doing stuff, you know, because what else is there? What else is there to do? My wife always says I should be dead, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with her.
So, like, I hung out with a lot of guys that ended up in jail, ended up in, like, quite frankly, in funeral homes or rapes. And the reality of it is they were the refuge. Like, those guys were the guys that were, like, the safest.
Yeah.
Now, looking back at it, I was like, and it was like this weird sort of like, not that I was Doogie Howser, but like compared to those guys I was the smart kid, you know, and they just wanted me to play basketball with them to take me to different neighborhoods. Like, I was useful, you know, and like they protected me. Like, I wasn't allowed to be around when shit went down. So like, it was like, all right, go away. Time to go inside.
You know, I think
they were like, but the thing is, I would never let fucking my kids hang out with that kind of crowd. You know what I mean?
I think the saving grace that we maybe share is both a gift and a curse, in the sense that when you're going through the hard stuff in childhood, you have this overwhelming sense that it shouldn't be this way. And that sense magnifies your pain, right? But then when you get older, it becomes a protective mechanism, because you're like, nah, it shouldn't be this way. And I have the power to
watch me twice.
I have the power to change it. I have the power to change it. 100%. And if I can't, when I had kids, I thought to myself, this is what I thought. I was like, I'm always going to be fucked up. I'll never not be fucked up. But I can make the world good for these little girls. And that is a redeeming act, you know? And like, at least I can do that. And then that makes me feel a little good about myself. But I'm never going to be right.
I mean, I also don't, I hate to say this, but I think all of those things had to happen for me to end up here. Like, I think, like,
100% true. 100% true.
Like, I am so much more successful than almost all of my cousins. Like, and the ones that are, like, maybe, like, as successful, they're, like, physicians and shit like that, and they had an easier coast, and they had a nuclear family and the ability to pay for college and shit like that, you know? But the reality of it is like, the different, like, people are, and the differentiator is, like, I had the worst road, I had the worst start, I had the worst, like, and it's like my father's murdered, and instead of these guys being, like, father figures, they basically fucking crushed me, right? But, like, the reality of it is, like, you know, it doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. And so, like, the pull that I think you were getting to that I wanted to trail on is that, like, you know, you deal with this, but it's the first time you learn that the world is unfair, and you don't have to deal with that later in life.
It's Mike Tyson's quote, you know, like, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. But if you get punched in the face when you're 4,
then you know how to deal with it. Exactly.
You understand that the world is going to punch you in the face, you know? And so you can start to form a plan where punches to the face happen. And then you can go, okay, I can take a fucking punch to the face.
100,000%, man.
You know?
There's so many things that would happen later in life that likely would have, and I saw this happen to other people, right? Like, various other hardships that basically knocked them off course. And for me, I had such a chip on my shoulder. I had such a fuck you, watch me. I'm going to shit on your kids. And, like, you know, they're my cousins and they're fine or whatever. But, like, I did. I literally would, like, you know, I would look at their Christmases, and they had, like, real gifts, and then they got cars, and they went to, like, private schools, not because their mom worked there and we got charitable treatment. You know what I mean? Like, it was like,
I know.
It was just, that shit was, like, so necessary for me.
It is a thing. It's like when people are mad at me, or they're trying to denigrate me or something or whatever, it's like, bro, my mom tried to kill me, like, multiple times. My mom did that. So I don't really care if you think I'm a faggot or whatever, you know?
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
I don't care at all. You're like, Hoddle's cringe. It's like, okay. That's a fucking 0 to me. That's nothing. And it's freeing. That part is freeing. You know, it is the silver lining. But it's, you know, it's very weird because it's this, I've thought about it quite a bit, like, you know, the killer instinct thing or the spark or like whatever it is, wherever it comes from, is that there is this reality where people, you know, can be, this type of experience in childhood can produce the best and worst people.
That's the other piece of it. It's such a polar outcome.
And you don't know which one. You don't know which one you are until, and you're always kind of like dancing on the razor's edge of being one or the other. I think.
I'm not even sure.
You know?
I'm still not sure where we ended up, to be honest.
Yeah, I know, right? It's very, very difficult, and I think the only way that you can become the better version, you know, basically the world deals you pain. The world deals Batman pain, and the world deals the Joker pain, right? And Batman feels the pain and says, this should never happen to anyone else. And so I'm going to do my best to prevent it from occurring to other people. And the Joker feels the pain and says, the world did this to me. Everyone should feel this way. Everyone should feel what this feels like. And that's the villain hero archetype, which is like, you take what was done to you and you amplify it, you're a villain.
If you don't take the Batman path, then you perpetuate it. That's why the statistics are
exactly.
We're like they do.
You amplify. Yeah, you amplify. And like you simply can't amplify, even though this is what I've learned. Intergenerational trauma is just it's a long, unbroken chain of cowards. Cowards who refuse to stand alone. Because if you were going to be Batman, you were going to be utterly alone.
It's a lonely experience.
You are one because you become the stopgap for the trauma. So the trauma literally ends with you. You don't pass it forward, and you just have to.
You live with it the entire time.
Yeah, you live with it. So you just have to accept that you're the one who's broken. You're the one who's fucked up. You're the one who's going to deal with all of the pain.
I remember having a conversation with you when I'd like lost my cool with Landon once, and I was really struggling through it. Actually, I don't want to talk about it right now, but like I thought to myself, like it requires the most selfless type of human to make that move. Now it's easier to do with your children because of the love you have for your children. It's just like the most selfless kind of love. But like the impulse is still there. Right? Like it's still real. 100%. It's 100% real.
Bro, and I think that what happens, and the reason intergenerational trauma continues is because if everybody is like this, if you experienced what I experienced, then I'm not alone, right? I'm not alone. I'm not isolated. This is just life for people like us because I made it this way for you. I passed it down to you. I wanted you to experience what I so that I'm not alone. That's what happens. That's intergenerational trauma. And that is the coward's way out. It's like Customato says, the hero and the coward feel the same fear. It's what they do that defines them.
I don't think it's like a passive throw either, Otto. I don't think you get to the other side and it's like you graduate and you get a diploma. I think it's an ongoing battle.
No, you just... How about you? Yeah, the pain is forever. That's why most people won't choose it. The pain is forever. Every person that Batman saves, every single one is not bringing his parents back. It's not solving his pain. Meanwhile, the Joker makes the world a little more like him every day. He's a little less alone every day. You know?
Do you, Hollow, you know the comic or the movie The Killing Joke? It's probably my favorite Batman.
So good. Alan Moore.
If that metaphor, the joke at the end is the perfect metaphor for what's the problem with Batman.
Yeah.
For those of you who haven't seen it, who like Batman, I don't want to spoil it. I would just recommend watching something called The Killing Joke. Just know that Mark Hamill was retired, and when he heard that they optioned The Killing Joke, he came out of retirement to...
It's really good. It's like Killing Joke, Dark Knight, and like Mask of the Phantasm are like the three best Batmans of all time.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I mean, I think that if you come from a place like, I think this is important to say, like, if you come from a place like this, you have to, you can't push it forward. You can't push it down to the next generation. You can't spread it around to other people. You have to just bear it. You have to just grin and bear it. There's nothing else to do. You have to jump on the grenade.
I don't think you can be the full version of you as a man unless you absolutely take it head on.
100%, yeah.
Like, there's nothing more that's ever made me feel like a pussy than running from that.
100%. Yeah, you feel like an absolute bitch when you're not like, what's the word I'm looking for? When you're not taking on the necessary sacrifice for your family, you feel like a fucking waste of space.
See, something happened, and I bet this happened to you too, but they're like, once the kids are born, I went from seeking the approval of my mom tacitly. Now, like, hey mom, what do you think about this? Like, those conversations didn't happen. But like, it was like, hey, what is my mom gonna think? And then the moment the kids are born, it turned into, when they're my age, what are they gonna think?
Right.
This or that.
Totally.
And it's not an expressed. It's not like, you're sitting there like doing this decision tree per se, but it's omnipresent. It guides you subconsciously, even if it's not conscious. Sometimes it is pretty conscious, and you like are thinking, okay, when Landon's 36, what the fuck is he gonna think? Like, I know, like I was talking to Joseph about this, and he's like, dude, why do you still send your wife gifts? Why do you still send your ex-wife gifts? And it's just like, it's not like I'm sitting there trying to repair the relationship. I'm not looking for a date, but like, I want my kids to see it. I want them to look back and be like, yo, he's worried about the lady who was my mom. And I think whether or not that the conclusion that comes to, that's what drove me to fucking send, jewelry and flowers and dumb shit. So, because I would send it with them, right?
John, so my parents got divorced when I was young, and Christmas was my favorite day of the year, because it was the only day every year that both of my parents were in the same room and they pretended they liked each other for a single day. And it meant so fucking much to me growing up having that day.
I don't want to like talk about this too much because like a lot going on, but she was like, inviting me to go to this musical right now to like go, and I just can't do it. Like, I'm not ready to do it. Like, I just don't trust being around her.
You're not even divorced yet. I'm just letting you know that as a kid with divorced parents, even if you have to.
The fact is, it's just the first time she's ever made that sort of overture, and it's just like it hit me really hard, and I want to do it like mostly for that reason. So like you saying that's really like, I don't know. It's like you didn't know that she sent me that message. But like that is like something I've been like toggling with for the last 4 or 5 days, and like it's not something I'm ready to do right now anyway. But like
you have a whole lifetime ahead of you.
Yeah,
you have a whole lifetime ahead of you. I'm just letting you know that like I when I was like 11 or 13, I cared almost as much about seeing my parents pretending they liked each other for a day as I did the actual presents, which to a 12-year-old is a very big deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Totally. Yeah, man, I think, again, it's like, it's hard to, nobody wants to feel alone and isolated. Nobody wants to feel like they're the only one going through some shit. That's like one of the hardest things as a human being.
Do you know what the irony of that is, though, Otto? I wonder if you relate to this too. No one likes feeling alone or isolated. I don't either. But it's when I'm at my best.
Same. Yeah, same.
It's when I'm at my best. Like, I sort of, like, I have that, like, Michael Jordan, like, kind of, like, create something that might not even be real to, like, egg up the anger that drives me.
Mm-hmm.
And I seek it. Like, I want it. But I look for it.
Yeah, to me, it's always felt this way, So there really is no different feeling that I've ever had.
I don't know if it's a good formula. It's just the one that works for me.
Yeah,
I know.
Exactly. I think I've taken a bunch of toxic ingredients and turned them into somehow a good recipe. Like, my wife was asking me the other day, she was like, she was basically like, you're such a good dad. Like, how do you, like, you know, I don't even understand how you do it and this and that. And I was like, you want to know how I do it? I just think in my head all the time, you're a failure, you're failing, you're the worst father that ever lived, you're horrible, nobody loves you, nobody's ever going to love you. Like, that's all I think all the time.
You know what's messed up? Oh, sorry, John, you were saying something.
Maybe I'm in the matrix.
A little bit. But you know, I gotta be really careful about when I say like I'm a loser or like I suck around my friends or different family members, because I say that to myself as a way to get myself to do better. But if I say that around myself, around them, they then compare themselves to me and think that if I think I'm a loser, then I must think they're like beyond a loser.
I don't
and then it becomes this really.
Yeah.
I try not to do it, but I do this thing where like sometimes I'm just like trying to be humble, so I talk down about myself, and then people transitively apply me talking down to myself by comparing themselves to me, and I think that little of them. When it's not that at all, it's just it's the way that I motivate myself.
I've been around rich people who do that, and it is a bad feeling actually, because you're like, if this guy feels bad about himself, I should feel really bad about myself, you know. So what I do is mine is just an internal monologue, and when people ask me how things are going, I'm like, it's good, it's great, everything's good. Yeah.
Dude, no, I have this problem where like if I get too in my head, I'll start talking and not realize I'm talking. And sometimes I'll say I hate you, and I'm saying it to myself, but I mumble it under my breath, and someone thinks I'm saying it to them. When like it had nothing to do with them, I'm literally saying it to myself in the moment.
Totally.
And I'm like, oh shit, no, I didn't at all mean that to you. I'm just saying, like, I just thought of me like being a loser like from 3 years ago.
It is. I don't know, you know, I went to therapy, tried therapy, and I learned some things in therapy. I got some deeper insights, but I thought the solutions in therapy were wrong. They were the wrong solutions.
There's so much garbage mixed in therapy, man.
Right, like one of my specific things is that I feel as though I have to save the world because of feeling worthless or whatever. And that's like kind of a common thing that happens, you know? It's like, it's a known psychological phenomenon. I'm not unique in that. But the therapeutic solution is like, you don't have to save the world. You're perfect just the way you are. And it's like, somebody should probably feel like they need to save the world. You know? And if I'm one of the people that does what nobody else does, we should capitalize on that. I don't know.
Well, so my issue with therapy is therapy is like, it's like childless nipper trumpers who are like LARPing being a priest. But I do believe that there are a lot of like cognitive tools that you could learn, and you can learn and apply to yourself. So if you go like,
you have to do something. You can't just talk about it. You have to actually do it.
Correct. But so the thing that I most efficacious is cognitive behavioral therapy, specifically around this thing called cognitive distortions. And there's an actual like there are workshops that you can do, not workshops, but like skills that you can learn where you can actually be like, okay, I have a problem.
Like catastrophizing, black and white thinking, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. There are about 20 different that you can have a cognitive distortion. And literally having someone you through, okay, here's 24 textbook forms of cognitive distortion. Here's what this looks like. Here's how you could sit down and challenge yourself on, am I engaging in any of these cognitive distortions? And I'll be here to help check your work to be like, actually, I think this is a distortion. I think that's a distortion. And I think like using a therapist to teach you a skill set, like a trainer, like a gym trainer, is great. But using them as this like sounding board that you use for the rest of your life is this like, it's psychotic.
Yeah, I asked the therapist when I saw her, I was like, when will I know therapy is done? And she was like, yeah, you kind of know, you just kind of feel it. Like, she didn't give a good answer. And I was like, okay. And then one day I just decided to stop going.
So for me, it would be that there's like a criteria. And by the way, there's a couple of books on CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, where the book is like reading the book and applying it without a therapist gives more psychological efficacious outcomes than other forms of psychological treatment. Like with an actual human, you spend thousands of dollars on.
I believe that.
The trouble with the therapy as a whole industry is it has no humility. It thinks it answers everything.
Yeah. And it really answers very little.
Uh-huh.
It's basically, we did basically take Catholic confession and be like, hey, instead of talking to a priest, you want to talk to like a really fucking annoying, condescending white chick?
But at least you don't have to say 35 Hail Marys.
Yeah, at least there's that. And the white chick is probably not going to rape you. So that's good.
It's also like a theory of development, right? So the funny thing about programming languages is there are some programming languages that are really hard to learn, take a really long time to program something, but when you do, you have no bugs. And then there are programming languages that are really, really shitty. It's really cheap to solve, but then you're perpetually trying to bug fix it. And I think that psychological schools of thought are like that, where it's like there's like one or two psychological schools of thought that are actually useful. But then you solve the problem, and then there's no more billable hours that you get from your clients. Mm-hmm. So what ends up happening is in psychology, they go for the pseudoscience psychology that gets the person habitualized to psychology, so that like it's the most value extractive that you could have. Because God forbid you have a client for 10 hours, you solve their problem, and you never see them again. You'll have no fucking work. So it's like Solidity, where it's like they're just these shitty Python developers that like make shit that constantly breaks, and then they end up getting more work that way.
They just launch a new shitcoin that fixes the thing that didn't work in the last one. And that's how we got Solana.
Also, just no profession that's exclusively full of white liberal chicks can be valid.
That's not true. What about barista?
There's a lot of trannies that do that now. I don't know if you.
Oh, yeah. To Huddle's point, medicine became 65% women, and then all of a sudden, medicine couldn't tell you what a woman was.
Who can say?
It's so funny because they know their pronouns or whatever they think their pronouns are, but they still don't know how to define them in English grammar.
Man, we had a good trauma dump this morning. For those of you that had a normative childhood, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding.
For those of you who are okay, for those of you who love your grandmother, suck my dick.
Look, I have no problems whatsoever with people not having a childhood trauma. But if you have childhood trauma and you've held on your Bitcoin that you bought before 2016, go fuck yourself. You're a piece of shit. I don't want to relate to you. I don't want to fucking talk to you. The only people I want to talk to are people with fucked up childhoods that have bought Bitcoin early.
That's right.
I mean, I have this childhood trauma. I just worked really hard to stop thinking about it, you know? Like, Dusty's
childhood traumas, he has to live up to his stepdad, Nick Szabo, man.
Oh my God.
Hey, no matter how long you live, you will never reach Nick Szabo's animicism. Okay. Have you guys been paying attention to Nick Szabo and Udi beefing?
No, what's the issue?
Really?
Tell him I'm on Team Dusty. No, but what are they fighting about? Is it knots? Is it not shit?
Nick Szabo is very far right. And he's been fighting with Udi, who's obviously Israeli. It's been very entertaining.
Well, this isn't even Bitcoin.
So I'm weird whenever we apply American words to foreigners, because Israelis are far-right extremists. They're just like, when they talk in American terms, they pretend they're on the left. Mm-hmm. But they're a theocratic ethno-state that believes in genocide. Like, what are we fucking talking about?
And they have literal Nazis in their
in their cabins.
And they're run by a dictator who's controlled them with power for 20 years. Like, we pretend they're democracy. Fucking North Korea's a democracy like Israel's a democracy.
Yeah, how long has Netanyahu been in power for? It's a long time, right?
Over 20 years, since the 90s.
There are 8 years where he's not president.
No, there's 4 years where he's not, in like 6 months when he got indicted.
No, 8 years he was not president.
Are you sure?
He was not. He's been in power for 30. He's been a person for 30 years. He has been in power for 20 continuous years. He was in power in the 90s. There was like an 8-year break, but like that's like the 8 years that Putin wasn't.
He also had a 6-month break though too when he got indicted.
Okay, 20 years minus 6 months. Got it.
Listen, man, accountants are gonna tie that out, and we know who runs the money.
I'm not going to say what kind of accountant it was. It was a Jewish accountant.
Still can't get over how this little kid's arm and then like a man's voice coming out of his mouth.
I changed it. I'm a seal again now.
So outside of
see it now, by the way, John, it has all these drawings on it that are very little kiddish.
Did you guys see that apparently Tether bought 9,000 Bitcoin this week?
Yeah, I saw that. But Jack Dorsey bought the dip too. He bought a couple hundred or something like that.
Basically, the only reason we're above 100K right now is Tether saw we were under 100K and was like, fuck yes.
No, they're not the only reason. Framework and Stacking Sats have bought multiple times this week, so go fuck yourself.
Multiple Bitcoin or I'm sorry, let me add the Bitcoin you bought to 9,000. As I said before, 9,000.
They made one purchase, we made 3. I don't know. It sounds like we bought 3 times.
Hey, John bought $9,000 worth of Bitcoin.
That's also true.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Thanks, American.
The company's called Stacking Sats. It's not called Stacking Bitcoin, okay? Leave them alone.
And it's also not called Stacking Tether, okay? Plus, I'm on Team Circle. Fuck Tether. Nah, I'm just kidding.
I think it's funny, John, if anybody ever makes fun of you for little buys, you can just be like, bro, we're literally called Stacking Sats. That's what we do. We stack sats.
We intentionally sometimes, like, obviously we can just wait and like fucking buy like a coin or buy a half a coin, but like sometimes it's kind of funny to buy like 0.09 or 0.15. Yeah. Like it's just like, fuck you. Look at we're buying, you're selling, bitches. How about that?
It is funny.
Time for therapy, boys. Pulling out the recurve.
That's Dave's therapy.
There is something very therapeutic to just archery. But I don't know. I really enjoy it.
I want to, my range has an archery bay, and I want to get into it. I think I'm gonna buy a compound bow. Should I get a compound or a recurve, Dave?
It's fun because you can do it in your backyard. I think a recurve is better. Like, think about a compound. It has sights, right? So you just get decent at lining up the sights. Whereas with a recurve, it's kind of like throwing a baseball. There's a bit of like lining stuff up, but you just get familiar with it, and you kind of know where it's gonna shoot. I find it quiet and therapeutic. Whereas like sometimes shooting is actually, especially if you go to a place where a lot of other people are, it's kind of loud, right? Yeah. Like, and not as enjoyable as like archery. I can just do by myself in my backyard. It's quiet. I don't know how big your yard is, but you might be able to too. Like I can shoot .22 in my backyard and blink away to you, but like I typically don't shoot like high-powered rifles in my backyard. We have a gun range at my uncle's that we use that for.
Dave, I said.
Is that sheep in the background or is that a sound effect?
It's sheep.
Oh, those are the ghosts. My shooting point is right by their fence.
Come on, Dusty. You know he's got kids. You don't know what kids sound like? This is a sheep. Here's a goat. Can you tell the difference?
It just sounds like a gay guy trying to talk a sheep.
Dave, I started rereading, I've read it already once, but Cameron Haynes' book, Endure, and it's making me want to go hunt some fucking elk with a bow. That dude is fucking sick. I don't know if everybody knows who that is, but he's a beast.
My favorite elk kill in all of fiction is Princess Mononoke. If you know, you know. Probably the single most epic elk murder in cinematic history.
Yo, Dave, are you good enough with your bow to hunt with it?
Yeah, I can hit a deer at 40 yards, no problem.
Did you say 4 or 40?
I know you can hit it, but can you hit it in the right spots? You're back on.
How's the trebuchet going?
Yes, I can hit in the right spots. That's implied. The trebuchet is in shambles as I tried to move it with my telehandler and dropped it.
No. I was going to ask if you've tried going hunting with your trebuchet yet. Maybe that's like the next step.
What's the payload on that trebuchet?
I think he said like 10 or 20 pounds.
For like a pumpkin, launch a pumpkin.
No, I was launching like 5-inch round, 6-inch round rock, like maybe 200 feet. That's kind of where I maxed it out at. I needed to upgrade it and get more weight on it if I wanted to go more, and that's why I moved it into a better location, and then it fell apart, and it's just sitting there now.
Yeah, the trebuchet counterweight needs to be like 20 times higher than the thing that you're throwing.
I think more.
Pour a pad and bolt that shit in.
My original idea though was to put it on my hay wagon and make it mobile.
Oh.
I thought all middle history taught us that static embankments are always a mistake. You can't bolt the trebuchet down. Now you're screwed.
Yeah, but it's just for funsies. You know, it's not like Dave's taking on enemies with the trebuchet.
And listen, when you need it, it'll be bolted down. Like you never know when you need a trebuchet.
You ever seen the picture of the really big gun they made in World War II?
Yeah. This is a Nazi gun that like
the Nazis
12 miles. Yeah. And like they fired it, I think once or twice, and it like blew out the barrel.
That sounds about right.
It looked cool as fuck, though.
You know, every single man within a half a mile lost his hearing from that gun.
Coolest things made in World War II are that gun and the Spruce Goose. You ever seen the Spruce Goose? That shit was cool, too.
Oh, yeah.
When I was in high school,
Don't look up at the Spruce Goose. It's fucking the biggest plane that ever exists. It's fucking ginormous.
When I was in high school, I made my own little website called Weapons of Bizarre Destruction, and I talked about all the different cool weapons in World War I and World War II. My favorite are the pigeon bombs. Are you familiar with this?
Those ones that bounce.
No. They're bombs that literally had pigeons in them, and they taught the pigeons how to play tic-tac-toe by trying to keep the thing in the middle, and they basically got pigeons to peck at these four mirrors, and it would move the rudders on the bomb to change the location that the bomb would land in. So they were like semi-homing bombs, and you would just use a pigeon as the guidance system.
All you're
And
doing
they
is
got them working.
perpetuating all the birds are not real fucking people.
And they worked. Are real? It worked. They were efficacious, but the government just wanted to go for like missile-like guided bombs. They didn't, anyway. But like we had them, they worked. We just never. If World War II went longer, we would have probably used them. I don't think people realize just how much it was just carpet bombing. Like we would drop 1,000 bombs for the one bomb that landed on the thing that you intended to blow up. Like before we had missiles, it was ridiculous how much was in bombing.
I mean, we basically did that in Vietnam too, if we're being honest. But the best part of World War II is that they used some fucking air balloons to fucking trick the Nazis, so they would like divert resources for Normandy, and then we'd be able to take over Normandy. But they were just like fucking bouncy houses that look like planes and bombs.
Well, do you know about the wooden village that Germany made? Germany made an entire village out of wood, where they had wooden weapons and wooden, and they were trying to pretend that it was a fake military base. And then after 3 months of them building this wooden military manufacturing plant, the British flew by with planes and dropped wooden bombs.
And if you know, you know.
And then they put wooden doors in Auschwitz?
Bro, did you guys the biggest plane in the world was destroyed in the Ukraine invasion?
Yeah, isn't that nuts? Is this the Antonov?
The Antonov was destroyed.
Dude, well, there's more than one for sure, but I saw the Antonov in person. So I was up in New Hampshire, and by Portsmouth, New Hampshire, it's right next to the Air Force Base. And we were just hanging out in the park and saw a fucking Antonov land. And you take a photo of it because the thing's like the size of the Empire State Building in the fucking sky.
It says there's only one in the whole world that was destroyed.
Oh, really? So then I must have seen the only Antonov in the world before it got blown up. That's awesome. So I got to see it while it was still alive. I may even still have photos of it on my phone.
I think the one in Ukraine was bigger than the other ones.
Bro, it says that the maximum takeoff weight for this was the Antonov AN-225 Miria, and the maximum takeoff weight was 1.4 million pounds.
That is in tons.
Bro,
is that 1,000 tons?
It's 648 tons.
It's 600 tons, okay.
Bro, the fact that we as human beings can lift 1.4 million pounds into the sky
and make it go 500 miles an hour.
Is fucking retarded. That's retarded.
Yeah, so Otto, at the beginning of the Ukraine war, they would load up on military equipment in New Hampshire. So I saw the Antonov when it was getting loaded up, in the sky.
Yeah, I guess it got destroyed.
That's awesome. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm gonna have to text my buddy about that because we must have saw one of its last flights then. By the way, this is one of the major problems with America going to sustained real war with a foreign adversary is during World War II, we had a couple of thousand boats that were capable of fuel carriers. And now because we've had 80 years of peace, we've homogenized all of our fuel distribution to super carriers. And we have a couple of super carriers. And so if America had to sustain supply chain logistics on any force that could just bomb boats, we'd really be fucked in the same way that an Antonov doesn't really support itself in real war because it's just way too big. It's too easy of a target. Extended supply chain.
But the Chinese force all of their ships, even commercial ships, to be mil-spec. So China's entire commercial fleet is a ghost fleet that you can put guns on it and run them as naval ships anytime.
Right, so they have triple hulls or something?
Yeah, so as many ships as you think the Chinese Navy has, it actually has 5 times the ships.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, zerging
is a real strategy.
That said, though, it kind of feels like the Chinese are gearing up to fight the last war, and we're gearing up to fight the new war. Because I don't think we're going to McDonald's it the way we did the last time, where we just fucking, produce enough shit to overwhelm the enemy. I think it'll be much more like problem warfare stuff.
Is we can never truly win a war against a communist nation, like a real war, because their desire to inflict suffering on their own people is greater than our desire to withdraw creature comforts. So
also, they have way more people than us, right? So they can, they could burn 400 million people and still be fine, and we can't.
Yeah, but every war Russia has had for 1,000 years is just getting their own people to outsuffer their enemy.
Yeah.
And then just the enemy doesn't have the resolve to suffer the amount that the Russian people have to suffer.
Do you know when Napoleon took Moscow, he was pissed the fuck off because the Russians abandoned Moscow? So Napoleon...
Yeah, they burnt it down.
Yeah, Napoleon took an empty city that was burned, and then him and the homies just hung out there for a month, and then the winter started to set in, and they were like, fuck, we gotta go home. And then the Russians just came back after the winter was over, and was like, yeah, it's our city again. The fuck? But Napoleon was pissed off. He kept writing to the fucking Russian leader being like, where the fuck are you? This is bullshit.
But yeah, I think that we would win a war with China because we would kill 500 million of their people. And for China, that's just the cost of doing business. When you don't in any way believe in the sanctity of life, you just think of every human as a resource. And you believe in this collective identity. So a human isn't a human. A human is just a resource that you use to perpetuate your culture.
I think if we're going to fight a war with China, we're going to have to fight it really differently than we think. We can't. I don't think we can win a smash mouth war against China because they just have too much capacity. We don't have the capacity, and we could gear up, but we don't really have.
So they have a massive demographical crisis. And I honestly think the way that they're going to solve their demographics issue is by killing a couple 100 million of their own people.
For sure.
And because they're going to look at it as a resource. So the moment it becomes, the thing I don't think people genuinely understand is in communist countries, the moment people become a liability and not an asset is the moment you genocide them as a resource. It's the moment they become a resource that you then destroy in the pursuit of something else.
Well, that's why I've always thought that COVID was released on purpose. Always. Because it just makes sense from China's perspective.
Well, they were about to lose Hong Kong. Hong Kong was about to win the public. The entire Hong Kong independence thing died the instant the COVID lockdowns began.
Also, our media didn't support it because our media is full of communists. They were putting Greta Thunberg on the cover at the time when the Hong Kong independence thing was happening. Bro, come on.
She's still a thing? Do they still care about her? Yeah, they still talk about her. White people care about her, though.
No, she switched from climate to Israel or Palestine. That's why she still has relevance.
She'll just pick the topic to show.
She'll just keep switching, yeah.
Yeah. She sailed to Palestine and got arrested by the Israelis, the whole thing.
Isn't she? Wait, what's her religious background? Is she secular? She has autism. She has lesbian autism. That's her religion.
She's lesbian autism. She's an atheist.
No. She's religious. She's a lesbian autist, Huddle. That is her faith. If I told you atheist, that's one set of beliefs. If I told you a lesbian with autism, you know exactly what she believes. He's kind of right, Huddle. Dude, I'm getting text messages about flight cancellations like 2 weeks out.
Jesus.
Like I just got a text message from United.
Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to get nervous myself. Why are you nervous? What's your next flight? 2 days. Oh, yeah, you should check because, yeah, you should check. But it's also Dusty. Like there, I mean, checking it won't help. I'm just worried that's going to change. Yeah, so it showing up doesn't matter because each airline is doing their supply chain logistics and then projecting out multiple days which flights they're going to cancel. And so, like, it could just be that your airline has yet to evaluate, like, Monday and Tuesday for flight cancellations, so they just haven't told you yet. Yeah, well, I'm worried they're going to change their mind. Like, right now, so I thought it's fine, but what will they think in the future? Right. I'm getting worried. I think being worried is a fair feeling. Your best bet's to get a refundable secondary flight from a different airline. To Amsterdam? I don't think that's a reasonable option. Why is that not reasonable? It's entirely unreasonable.
International is prioritized above domestic, so at least you got that going for you.
If it's refundable, you're just floating the price. You're not actually spending the money. Yeah. Like, why? It's just like a weird question. Why is it unreasonable to book multiple international flights? It's unreasonable for a whole bunch of reasons. It just is. All right. I mean, don't get to either be a victim of the universe or be a man and be responsible for your own outcomes. That's all I'm saying. Not taking a separate flight to Amsterdam. It's not happening. Okay. I'm not gonna fly some airline to Amsterdam. Like, no, thank you. Kill me now. I mean, there are more than one airline in existence that's not Podunk. I'm just saying, if you're really worried, you can get a second flight and then, be the master of your destiny. So, Dusty, I just bought a portable projector. Next time I see you, you're gonna have to check it out. Let's go. So it's 8 inches by 8 inches and about 1.5 inches thick. So I can just shove it into my carry-on. And the goal is to have there's this new trend of ceiling projection, where like you take a portable projector with you, and then whatever hotel you go to, you just project the TV on the ceiling. So I'm thinking of doing that as like my like when I travel entertainment system. And then if I ever need to give a talk or whatever, like I brought a projector with me. So it's always good when you give a talk to have a backup projector.
There you go. I've always been annoyed at projectors for not being bright enough.
Yeah, a portable projector is not going to be what you would consider bright enough. A standard plug-in projector is around 2,000 to 3,000 nits, or lumens rather, and this is going to be around like 1,200 lumens to 1,500 lumens. So it's going to be like half the brightness of well, not half. It'll be like 2/3 the brightness of it, because it's a logarithmic thing, so like it diminishes in brightness, perceived brightness. But yeah, it's always going to be slightly dim to have anything that's portable.
Yeah, I was really into projectors for a while until I realized that was the problem. They feel like they would make a lot of sense on boats where there's less space, but then you have the second problem of like there's no flat surfaces to project on. I've just become accustomed to look at my little iPad. I'll watch my shitty show and fall asleep on my iPad. It's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily think a projector would be useful on a boat. Just also because there's just too much motion. Because a projector needs like base, like the stabilization of the base. Because all that vibrations will just like fuck with the projector.
I mean, boats don't vibrate. I mean, sailboats don't vibrate. That's not a problem.
No, they're constantly moving, and then the projector will vibrate.
Why would movement cause vibration? Losing me.
How are you going to use the projector? It's going to be on some sort of base, and the base is going to have multiple joints, and the joints will vibrate.
What's causing the? You'll ask me. There's no vibration. I've never had a vibration on sailing ever. Very rarely, if like the sail is tuned incorrectly and it's flapping around, maybe it's a vibration.
I know. The joints for the mount for the projector will vibrate the projector.
I don't get it, but sure, whatever.
Yeah. I'm just glad Fish is in here. Yeah, I'm just glad Fish is in here because then we'll argue for 45 minutes and then I'll Google it and then he'll be like, so?
I'm kind of excited to go to Amsterdam. Oh, it'll be fun. I would say I've been to Europe for a while, except I went to, it was just in Berlin.
The closest I've been to Amsterdam is I've been to Curaçao twice, and it's a Dutch colony.
Oh, okay, is that like,
so
where's that?
It's right next to Venezuela.
Oh, okay. I guess that counts as something.
Well, they're all Dutch citizens, so hey.
Heyo.
Don't forget to bring with you a massive USA flag so that they don't bomb the shit out of you.
In Amsterdam? Fuck. Is Amsterdam got that bad? I had no idea.
You mean Amsterdam, the Netherlands, or somewhere there in the Caribbean?
Yeah, Amsterdam's the one in the Netherlands. You know, that's
you're
the
coming
one.
to the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Dusty, you're gonna have to tell me what it's like being in the first country that's categorically superior. They just elected the first gay prime minister in the world yesterday in the Netherlands. So you're just gonna tell me what it's like to live in a superior gay,
I guess plenty of closet gay
Obama was kind of gay.
Yeah, but he was black gay. It's different.
Okay.
Doesn't France have a gay prime minister right now?
I don't know. I kind of consider him a pedophile victim. That's like different than gay.
Okay.
When are you coming to Europe?
Tomorrow, 3 days. 3 days? 3 days.
And why?
For Bitcoin.
There's a conference.
Ah, okay.
Or you come to a Bitcoin conference. You're talking about it all the time.
Actually, I should, yeah. When is it?
Well, I'm going in 3 days. It starts a couple days after that. That's the other thing on my flight. Like, I want American to get me there. And if they cancel my flight, then they got to work it out, right?
He said you should email them and be like, but I'm a woman, and see if you can get a vagina discount.
I'm a poor Guatemala.
They might have a vagina discount.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Can't you just take trains everywhere there? It's like a hop and a skip when you're there, or spend like $12 on a Ryanair flight?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, I don't know. I would never fly with Ryanair again.
Again.
Yeah, it was a nightmare.
looks like you're just asking to die. You know, it doesn't look great.
Yeah, they don't even give you a seat. You know, like it's like, well, as you enter.
So it's like standing room only.
Yeah, back in the day, because I flew with them, I don't know, a couple of years after they launched, and they didn't give you a reserved seat. So you just choose your seat when you enter the plane.
It is the most efficient way to board a plane.
Dusty, how busy are you?
No. I'm in the middle of something, but in like 15, 20 minutes, it should be free.
I just want to go over something with you that Peter says I made a mistake in, but I don't think I did.
Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, I'm down. Let's do it.
The computer is not on your right.
He said Dave's really into chess because it's one of the last thing where whites still have an advantage.
Yeah, he also has a lot of advantage over Junset, and so has Dusty.
Yeah. It's not the last thing.
Mohan, go to my PTR. Go to my PTR and swipe to the next photo after my PTR. That is Junset's record. All the reds are the lost games.
Oh man, I feel bad for Judson now. It's kind of impressive that he's sticking with it, considering that, you know.
That looks so bad. He didn't show his green one against me.
Because that would have ruined the photo. The top one was a green.
Oh, you scroll down for the top one? That's funny.
Yeah.
He lost 7 to me and then won 1 and quit.
Nice. Good for him.
Dude, this reminds me of I was in high school one day. There was a snow day, so all the classes were canceled, but because none of the teachers showed up, but they still required us to be in school until 3 p.m. And it was just me, 2 other kids, and our teacher for like several hours. And I taught him the card game Spit, and he kept losing to me. And he wouldn't let me stop playing with him until he won a game, but he also wouldn't let me let him win. And so we ended up playing 2 hours of Spit. And after like the 10th or 11th game, he won one, and he was like, gotcha. And then we stopped playing.
There you go. That's the way to do it. That's how you do it. And Tony did it to me last night playing chess.
Dude, you're just not going to win. Like, the moment you turn 30, just know that there's a 14-year-old boy out there with faster Twitch response than you. It's just, there's something magic in being tiny and young that just gives you that, like, Twitch response muscle movement that you can't compete with.
Oh, it's worse than that. There's 12-year-olds beating, like, masters at chess, which isn't even a Twitch game.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's Blitz, do you mean, like, traditional chess or Blitz?
Traditional chess. Yeah, I was in a chess tournament.
Oh, that's pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
And, like, these children, I could throw them in the air and I wouldn't even, like, notice I had done something, you know?
Yeah.
It's terrifying. You're like, what the fuck is happening? It makes you feel really old and retarded.
So, like, my brother's way better at me at any game that requires, like, a Twitch response. But you can see our play styles are different because, like, I'll actually think 5 moves out, and he won't. So it's like he could think 5 moves out, he just refuses to. And, like, I just don't have the Twitch muscle response that he has. So it's just funny that, like, you will gravitate towards the strategy that you're the best at that requires the least amount of investment. And so when you're old, you have to invest in strategy because you don't have the other route. And when you're young, you're like, strategy, I could just be nimble and fast. Why would I need strategy? That's way too much investment.
So it's the same thing with the chess kids. Apparently, the way to beat them is get them a drawn-out, like, positional game because they're really good at attacking and thinking through tactics and stuff like that. And they get bored.
Do they suck at endgame?
Probably.
Because endgame is all just playing it out, right? Endgame is like, I played out the last 12 moves in my head.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not that simple. There's still more going on in the end game, but there's, it's much more of this category, right?
little strategies in the end game, but they're not like fun like tactics. Like, I sacrificed my queen and 2 knights and you get checkmated, right? Like that's the kids enjoy. Because they're able to just like think through complicated shit like without trying very hard. It's wild.
I'm not sure if you're older or younger than me, Dusty.
I don't know. I feel like I'm older just because like maybe
Dusty's younger.
I feel like
I think Dusty's younger than you.
Okay, how were you around for the Berlin Wall fall?
I was literally at the Berlin Wall falling down. Oh, you remember?
Were you pulling stuff down, or were you a witness?
I have no memory of it. I was too young to form memories.
You're joking though, right? Or are you serious?
That's serious. I thought you knew that. I was like, that's a really random thing to bring up.
That's hilarious. Okay, you were too young to form memories. Okay, I think I'm older than you.
Yeah. Listen, I can tell.
But not by much.
It's a vibe.
86. Are you 87?
Well, I don't like to say my age online, but yeah, we're pretty close.
Okay. Because I remember that happening. Like, I remember my parents talking about it. Like, it was a big deal. But I was pretty young.
I learned about it like after it happened. I was like, you were at this crazy thing. I was like, whoa, what's that thing? And they're like, it's crazy. I was like, oh, it is crazy. Okay.
I remember. Dave, I remember being a little. Dave, the first like violence conversation I had with my family, I remember it was the first Iraq invasion, and my dad's like, "Our country's at war, son. We're at war." And I couldn't understand how we could be at war if all of our fighters were in their country, but none of their fighters were in our country. And I was like, but how are we at war? I was like, how are we at war with them? Because like they're not in our land, we're just in their land, and like. Are we attacking? Like, I was like, do the soldiers all go out in the desert and they fight? Or like, where are we attacking? And like my tiny little like 5-year-old or 4-year-old brain couldn't process the thought that America was bombing Iraqi cities. It just assumed like their soldiers go out in the desert and then our soldiers go out in the desert like Napoleon with the British. And they just sort of fought and that was fought one.
That was Saddam Hussein, that whole conflict?
I think it was pre that. It was the first one. It could have been Saddam Hussein. Dude, I don't know.
I remember being a kid praying that Saddam Hussein wouldn't come get us.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I was probably like 4 or 5. Like, I don't know why.
You know, there's something innocent about you fearing a Muslim man more than like the world is gonna boil. Like, I'd rather a kid be afraid of a scary Muslim man who tortures people than like the world is gonna end because you want to have children.
Well, don't have children then. Jesus, whoa. The world's going to end.
No, dude, the number of people I know who legitimately believe climate change is the reason why they shouldn't have kids is it's absurd. It's such a crazy mind virus. They're like, the world's going to come. I just can't. And you're like, dude, no, you're delusional. Just have kids. You'll be fine. Like, it's beautiful. The world's going to be fun.
Like, I get being like, oh, I have this fun, like, conspiracy theory I like to, like, play around with. Like, maybe the world's flat. Maybe it's a fireball. But to, like, actually make life decisions based off that is nuts.
And also to admit defeat instead of saying, I should have kids that are normal and make the world a better place. Like,
well, that's because, Dave, they genuinely believe that humans are a problem, so the only thing they can do is engage in suicide by nullation or whatever, which is like never even having kids.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's this form of narcissism where you believe that being childless becomes a virtuous act rather than a selfish act. It's like, look, I'm childless, and I believe that like if you die childless, that's like it's your choice, but it's ultimately a selfish act to like not bring children into the world.
People seem to crave doomsday stories. They really like them for some reason.
Yeah, I think people have an attraction. Like, look at horror films, right? Like, why do people get enjoyment out of horror films?
Just look at all of Christianity. There's a deep-seated belief that when Christ will come again, it's clearly in your lifetime. It's not like, hey, thousands of years from now in a way that you don't necessarily have to plan for. Christ will come again. It's the world will end in our lifetime. We must prepare. Repent now.
That isn't.
Maybe for the people you know, Dave, but I know a ton of people who believe that the end times are now.
Like, I was always told and taught that, like, you don't know when the end times are. You should be prepared for them, but you should also, your duty as a Christian is to live like your life, like not wait for it.
Yeah, but there's a deep-seated need in people for the apocalypse because it makes you feel like your choices matter when you believe that the entire world could end in your generation.
I think people also yearn for justice, and everyone thinks the people they dislike will be punished then, right? Like,
it's really hard for people to conceive that, like, you can be evil, prosper, die prosperous, and the punishment is just that you were evil. Like, the punishment isn't like, oh, that person then had cancer and then something horrible happened to them. It's like, no, like, you're good. Good is good for its own sake. That person was evil. They just died an evil person, and you died a good person. You don't need some sort of, like, you know, invisible sky karmic god balancing the scale in your lifetime to feel like your choices matter. Unless I think the people that matters for are the people who really just want to be evil.
Yeah, I don't think it's a question of whether you need it. I think that it's true, right? So I don't know. This is a hard conversation to have with somebody that doesn't believe it.
Yeah, I don't think we need big Christianity to realize that people seem to like doomsday, you know, stories, beliefs, etc.
Well, it's not Christianity. I would be shitting on whatever invisible sky nonsense we'd be talking about. It's just Clubhouse is mostly Christians.
I
don't.
That's not true.
The word mostly is absolutely true.
Maybe this room, but like, I don't know. Yeah.
No, I don't give a single shit about Clubhouse outside of this room. I'm like an American. I don't even think that people who have opinions outside of America are people. It's like whenever Hado and I are talking about the world, we're literally only talking about Americans.
Like Michael Crichton writes a lot of stories, right? But his book State of Fear is basically his whole theory on exactly this. It's a fiction book, but really it has a non-fiction point. The last like fucking 12 pages are just this long rant about how this is happening in society. It's like shit. And that was like fucking, it predicted it. That was like what, 15 years ago or something? A long time ago. And it predicted all the insane like cargo cult, you know, death of the earth kind of shit we're seeing today.
What I love is when they immediately let go of the last mass hysteria to embrace the next mass hysteria. So like all the ESG stuff disappeared the moment all the gender stuff happened, and then all the gender stuff disappeared, and all the climate stuff is disappearing. Now everyone needs AI money. So everyone's all like, nuclear's amazing, power's great. You know, maybe we were overblown with the world, but AI is going to become man god, and we're all going to be nothing to the god of AI. And it's always insane. These people always need a cult to embrace with like a devil and a god and an apocalyptic theory.
almost ready, Dave. Man, it's like some weeks I just like work too hard, and I get to the end of the week, it's so hard to motivate myself to work on shit.
Well,
It's like I'm using up something in the brain, you know?
who wants to really fry their brain? There is a room called "Are Immigrants Granted More Resources Than Blacks?" And it is
yes.
All right, Dave, what are we looking at? Actually, I'll go pee. I'll be right back. Let me go pee.
All right, I'll let you go pee. Now give me time to load my app, go to my last game. All right. Did you shake it a couple times, Dusty?
No, I have someone for that.
All right. If you go to my last game against PMO 76.
Black Friday steals 60% off courses. Wow. All right, where are we at? Last game, PMO 76. What a name.
If you go to the time where he has 751 and I have 702, his queen is on D5, my queen is on A4.
Oh, let me just look at this opening real quick. What is happening in this opening?
Oh, I'm trying that opening. I forget what it's called, and I'm just butchering it. Okay, so.
Okay.
But I'm trying to get better at different positions because I'm finding too many of my games are going the same way.
Okay.
And I just feel like I need. Like, people attack me with openings, and I'm not sure how to defend them. Sometimes playing them helps me
learn it. Yeah. Okay, what time are we going to do? I'm at 7. What do you want to do at 7 something?
I'm at 702. He's at 751.
702. All right, right here. It's his move. Yeah.
His move, he moves his queen up for a queen trade.
Okay, yeah.
I'm like, well, if he takes my queen, I can take him with my bishop. I might as well take the free pawn. Okay. And it says that's a bad move.
Yeah, it's a bad move.
Why?
You have more material than him. Like, you have an extra bishop compared to his board position, right?
Yeah.
So once you have more material, the game switches from trying to win to trying to. You want to trade pieces. He wants to avoid trades.
Yeah, but I had the opportunity to get an extra piece.
No, but you gave him the opportunity to run his queen away.
Oh, okay. So that's
which he could have done it by putting you in check, which would have been brutal.
Where?
There's only one check there for the queen.
Like down to E6?
Yeah.
Yeah, then I block it with that B4 bishop.
and then he can't take it, or I take his queen with my knight, or whatever.
Right, so what he gains there is you undevelop a piece, and he escapes the trade. He's getting 2 things.
Okay, but that check he already had put on a couple moves ago.
It doesn't matter. All that matters is where you're at right now.
Yeah.
The past is the past.
But then if you look at his next move, it's a real blunder.
Right, so when he just gives up his queen, yeah. But does that answer your question? Like,
yeah, I guess. I don't think it was. I guess technically it's a blunder because you're supposed to trade, but I seen a position to win, so I didn't think it was a. Like it seems to me like that would be a great move rather than a bad move. I don't know.
Well, let's look at all the computer lines. You could take it with the queen. That would be fine. Taking with the bishop is a mistake.
Because it gives him a bishop. No, hold on. I gotta go back to the game. If I take it with the queen, it's a trade still. And it also pressured him enough to screw up. I don't know.
I mean, I think as a philosophy, it's good to try to play in a way that will beat people that are higher ranked than you. Trying to trick people at your rank is only going to leave you stuck in that rank,
Yeah.
And it's kind of a bad habit to get into. It might work, but it's only going to hurt you as you climb the rating ladder.
Yeah.
At your level, it's like just don't blunder, catch their blunders, and you're going to win a lot of games doing that. Easier said than done, but that's right. So this strategic stuff is you can kind of ignore it.
Stick to getting material. Stick to I don't know. I feel like I like to force a queen trade on them.
That's why I'm losing pieces on purpose.
So here's another way to think about it. The effort to win when he has a queen running around and you have extra pieces, really hard. If you trade all the pieces off, it's really easy. Imagine all the pieces were traded, you would have one bishop and a bunch of pawns versus his pawns. Now the game is just stupid easy, right? By leaving the pieces on, you allow potential complicated situations that he can come back from. So you can kind of squeeze him and eliminate all of his potential play comeback stuff by just trading. The other way to think of it is fractions. Let's pretend there's 10 points of pieces on each side, and he has 9 points and you have 10. The differential is just 10%, right? But as you trade down, the differential increases.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, actually. Yeah. That's actually a really, I guess, mathematical way of putting it. Makes sense.
Yeah, and if you start doing it, you'll notice, hey, winning, once I'm ahead, winning is a lot easier. You can, apply this.
Now, is being ahead one pawn enough to approach that strategy? Trade.
Well, for the GMs, it usually is, but for your level and my level, not really. What I will, if I'm up a pawn, I actually will start doing this, but I'll do it with caveats. I'll only do trades if they don't hurt my board position, right? So there's some asterisks. If I'm up 3 pawns, I'm absolutely trading everything. I don't give a shit about the board position. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
2 pawns, it's kind of in between. I'll trade things and mess up my pawn structure a little bit, but not all the way. But mostly I'll just not give a shit. But 1 pawn,
Yeah, your pawn structure is probably not worth breaking for a trade when you're only up 1 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah. But if I'm up a knight, it absolutely is. No problem. Sure. Done. Or bishop, or rook,
Yeah.
Or queen. Those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Dusty or Dave? Anybody feel like being DGen?
Yo, what's up? I have a meeting in 20 minutes, so I don't want to start a game. It's too close.
The last one, Dusty, we did was beautiful, no?
You got me good? You got me good? Yeah, we need to analyze that game. I want to go back and look at that.
That's why I always want that file open, that Brook file.
Yeah, I felt like I played pretty sloppy. I think castling was a poor decision. I made a rook move that was the wrong rook. I noticed right after I did it. Wasted tempo. But I think more important than tempo was just castling was dumb there. That was what I think. Let me look at the game. I want to analyze my own game and tell me what I did.
Antonio, I'm in.
Are you live Taurus?
Live Taurus, yeah. I changed it.
Oh, okay. It seems like you've mastered that one particular checkmate strategy, but you're kind of lacking in other departments.
Yeah, it's the development. It's like my regular life. I go too fast, too hard, too soon, without like setting up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what's weird is the computer says castling was like the correct move, but I think that like there's yeah, go for it.
I could have just played well.
You're not accepting my invite, Antonio.
Okay, hold on one second.
Okay, Antonio, I'm not critiquing you. I'm critiquing me here. Don't show critiques or do whatever. Yeah, so like the computer's saying like castling's the right move here, and I think I was playing like correct for the computer, but I'm making it much harder on me to calculate what to do. And also Queen B3, that was a pretty dumb move.
Yeah, there was two moves that I thought when you made, I was like, oh, he's playing rarely defensive, and like that allowed a little bit more development.
Well, Queen B3 was defensive? That wasn't defensive.
I'm not sure exactly which one it was, but I remember like two moves in particular where I was like, damn, is he planning something I don't know about? But I just remember two moves. I'd have to look back at it.
Once I made those two moves, the computer agrees with this. Like, I was already losing. It didn't matter. There wasn't really anything to do. No, those weren't the mistakes. The mistakes were, honestly, I think the computer doesn't like the opening where I do F4, but I think that's the move. And I know an NN that does that against pawn storms like yours. Moving up D5 was a mistake. I should have developed more. Do you think I would have known better, but sometimes it is what it is. And then I was doing okay. The real mistake, so Queen B3 is where I started messing up. And then Bishop G5, opening up your file, that was pretty bad. And apparently said I could come back here if I found, yeah, this was like I knew at the time. I did Rook F D1, it should have been Rook A D1. I saw it right away because I needed a rook on E1 as well. Calculating which rook to put where is like really hard to do. It's just hard to do.
Oh, so it gives you. I'm about to get the premium version. If it gives you like, sounds like it gives you a lot more.
100%, yeah. And right, the next big mistake where this is where I really lost the game, is I moved my rook from C3 to E4. I should have, excuse me, my knight. I should have traded knights right here. Your knight in the center, I should have just traded it off. I was trying to get too fancy.
I think that's the move I was talking about, where like usually you would do that, and you don't usually let me breathe. If I do like anything questionable, you won't let me get fancy.
Yeah. I think what I was thinking was I was just kind of tired, and I was thinking I could move my knight to F6 and put you in check. In my head, your knight was pinned because I had a bunch of lines I was calculating where it ended up pinned, but it wasn't actually pinned. And I kept going back to this line where I sacrificed my rook under knight, so like rook, D1 to D5. And the computer at this point is like, yes, you absolutely have to sacrifice the rook. So that was the right idea. It went defensive. Going defensive, ironically, made me lose, right?
Yeah.
And if I had taken with the rook, I mean, you might have blundered and captured with your bishop. That would have been nice. I was hoping for that. But you might have seen you had to catch it with the pawn. I don't know. Either way, though, if your pawn was there, it would kind of messed up your stuff a little bit.
So when did you play Bitcoin Rooster, Dusty? Today?
I played him yesterday. I don't think I played it today. Did I play it today?
Oh my god, he lost his fucking knight to the same tactic that he lost it to me.
No, he was talking about a game we played.
Oh, I got that part, but I thought you guys were playing, so I went to the profile to watch.
Oh.
I didn't see that, and I just clicked on your last game, and I see it was with Rooster.
Oh, I did play him this morning. I forgot. Yeah,
and he lost his knight exactly the same way that he lost it to me after poop with C3. Like,
isn't that funny? Well, without C3.
Yeah. Without that.
I did A3 instead of C3, but
I think what I noticed with some of the people who are trying to learn how to play better, I think they're trying to be too active. They are really not focusing on development initially.
That's a problem, mine as well.
They're moving the same piece more than once, and they're not developing initially. They're like extending too much, just get trapped.
Yeah. I think you're right.
So sorry, what? I'm just going over that game with Dusty, and I see my mistake was okay. So once that pawn came up, I moved my bishop to protect that pawn. You move up, yeah. So when that. Should I have taken his knight there? No, because his queen. So your queenside knight is the one you prefer to pull the pawn out on, eh, Andrew?
Say again?
Your queenside knight, you like to bring the pawn out?
Well, it'd be bishop, queen's bishop, pawn, F1 in the old notation.
Okay.
Who usually wins out of hand when Dusty?
It depends on the position, Dave. It's hard to say. It's like once you play enough, you know what the setup is, and you can't just do the same preference. You kind of recognize the patterns, and you know what's coming next.
Yeah.
openings. Like, I hate opening theory. I don't study it much at all. I just try to develop and keep it nice and tight, sort of what Capablanca does. And then the middle game is where I really enjoy it. That's where I win or lose, right there, middle game. You basically outplay people in geometry. That's all.
Angela's getting game.
I find Antonio so aggressive in his openings that, yeah.
You should not be aggressive in openings. You will lose.
Antonio always beats me.
I am a little too aggressive sometimes, for sure. And if you can stop me early, like if you can calm my aggression down and slow my tempo, then it's like you pretty much you can stop it. I get Dave aggravated for sure.
Let's play again.
All right. Trying to get a piece of Andrew.
Not right now, unless you want to play like a long game. I got shit to do right now. I can't focus.
Ringing out your girl. It's like the move thing.
I didn't watch your game. See, there you go. The queen is out too early. Fucking pawn is marching up. You have nothing developed. What are you guys doing?
It does look pretty bad.
Jesus. Here comes the fucking fork attempt. I mean, come on.
I mean, he pulled his queen out. What do you want me to do?
Well, trap it. If the queen comes out early, just swipe it.
Swiper, no swiping.
Get her. Ooh. Never put your queen in front of the king. What are you doing? I mean, you can't, but that's dangerous. I'll shut the fuck up now.
I like what Andrew's like, Dave's not developing anything, and Dave responds by developing no more things. And just moving his weight around more. So take that, Dave, and your advice.
He's gonna lose it. I'm gonna laugh.
Ooh. Dave get his night trapped 3 games in a row.
David, you are no longer allowed to place your knight on B4 or A5. Those 2 squares are the death squares for your knights. Just take a little crayon and put black dots on those 2 squares so that you never move them again.
Hey up, bro.
Yo.
The boredom is real.
Is it? What's the corn doing?
It's still at 103.
Hey, we're over 100.
Oh, we're climbing a little. What's going on?
I kind of want us to dump down so that we end the year at like -4%.
That would be hilarious.
And then we just get a red year, and then nobody can pretend like it was a bull market. We all have to just admit it was a bear market, and then we can move forward.
It's fucking painful, right?
People +6%. People are gonna be like, it was a bull market. Like, no, it wasn't.
Oof.
It does not make a bull market. We're not even beating inflation in real terms.
We're not beating it in any terms.
I know. We're getting screwed. There's only so long I can stay trapped in here with you retards. You know?
It feels like we're in purgatory.
Thought I'd be on a yacht or something by now, you know?
You know how paramedics and emergency room doctors get morbid humor? That's how I feel with Bitcoin.
Yeah, totally. We have to joke about losing all our money.
Is everyone in this room really at some price just bails and never comes back?
No.
Okay.
But I think that for me, I keep delaying stuff. You know what it is, Andrew? I live a perfectly good life. I live a nice upper middle class existence with no debt. That's a very nice life. Like many people would trade places with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can afford luxuries and life is good. But I have like a lifestyle, inflation. I want to ratchet up the lifestyle a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I just am waiting until I can do that very comfortably. And that's probably still like a 4x away in Bitcoin terms.
Okay.
So I'm just chilling.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. That lifestyle change, does it look different today versus 3 years from now or 4 years from now? Like you're waiting for identical things, or you will shift it in 4 years out?
I would imagine it's pretty much identical things.
Identical? Okay.
Yeah. So then I'm just like, just bored. I would like to increase my lifestyle. I don't need to. It's a want, not a need. My needs are taken care of. But I have wants. I have desires.
I relate to you, Huddle. I'm like, yo, I'd like to be able to order Uber Eats, without feeling bad about it, or buy one of those planters that automatically, waters the plants and suns them. But I can't do these things until Bitcoin goes up.
Exactly. It's funny too that like when you move up the lifestyle treadmill, I'm already in a place right now where like I dreamed I would be. This is my dream. I'm living my dream life currently. But then you get here and you're like, yeah, I want a little more. There's some other stuff I want.
A little more would be great.
A little more is good. Just not a lot more, just a little more. Just a little more.
Just a little hit of prosperity. But it's like Bitcoin's not doing the thing where it fails or it succeeds, and it puts you in this decision category of like,
I know.
What do you got to do with your life?
I also like the bull market because, like, when it's a real bull market, when we're up 2, 3, 4x, because then you feel like the pain was worth it, and you can buy yourself some little treats. I remember, in 2021, I was like, I want to buy a really nice home, like what is effectively a mansion, But I was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait. And so I was like, instead, I'm going to buy myself an Xbox. I was like, should I buy an Xbox or a PlayStation? Because they were like new at that time. I was like, I'll just buy both, And like, that's kind of like a fun little thing to do. So you get these little I don't know, get these little treats along the way. I think the truth is, though, we're just, if you're hodling, you're just hodling. I think I'll be hodling another 50 years. If I'm alive 50 more years, I'll be hodling.
Part of it is all we all expected it, 5x from here. Just expectations weren't met.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing, too. We had a letdown in our expectations.
Gotta run.
We went over to fuck a really hot chick who was really into us. She was texting us really flirty shit. And then we got there and she had a headache. And we were like, really? And she was like, yeah, I'll give you a hand job. And we were like, it's not good enough. I drove across town. I came all the way here. Nobody responds to that analogy, just me. Okay, I understand.
Well, if only Mohan was here, he would tell us how amazing this price is.
It's a blessing, 103K. It is funny, with the, we've said it many times, but if you've been in Bitcoin a long time, it is kind of funny that we're all bored at 100K, but we are all bored at 100K.
Who the fuck expected to be here for 13 months or whatever, almost?
I think the other thing, too, is there's a, now that it's pretty clear the 4-year cycle is dead, I have no clue what's happening. Just none. Zero understanding. I'm just I feel like I'm back at the beginning. where I'm just purely along for the ride. You know, I had some sort of a delusion that I knew how things were going to go, and that delusion is now over. And now I'm back and just kind of like, well, shit, I don't know. I got these Bitcoins. I think they're going to do good. Maybe. Who knows? Larry Fink says $700K. Michael Saylor says $1 bajillion. I will say this though, the reason this bull market feels shitty is because the bear market was really shitty, and then we didn't get any reward for the pain. It was just pain. You know? Just pain with no payoff. Like, yeah, we went up to 125, like, but that's nothing.
Our market will never again be retail driven, and this market is now designed for institutionals to bleed out retail back into institutional.
Yep.
Like it's all price gaslighting to get retail to sell their coins at this point so they can accumulate.
It's wear them out, scare them out, but you know what? These fuckers, they're so much better at the game than we are. They're doing it at the perfect time. They're doing it at the perfect time because we are exhausted.
You know what's hilarious, Arnold? Is when you know exactly what's happening, but it still works.
I know. We're so mentally exhausted, and we're just like, I can't go on. And Wall Street's just like, sell us your coins. And then a bunch of OGs are like, oh, fine, here they are for $100K.
It really is, dude. Like, if you got into Bitcoin at any point in time more than 5 years ago, $100K is just such a life-changing number for you to not really be able to justify not selling into.
GG's.
Yeah, if you if you bought in 10 cents and you sold it 100K.
Yeah, I don't know how many of those exist, but I hear it. Yeah.
I mean, they exist.
I don't think there's almost anyone who bought it 10 cents. I think they would mine at 10 cents, but there are very few people who bought it 10 cents.
Johnson is a 2010 buyer.
How many of those?
He didn't keep all of his coins, obviously, but he kept some, so he's got, you know.
Well, there you go. Good for him.
He's got coins from 2010.
That's pretty awesome.
I feel good about my 2015 coins.
Yeah, I think 15 was like the last time to really get on the train in a real way.
I think 15 was a very magical stacking year. Because, think about how good 15 was, Mohan.
Well, it was flat for like a year. It was just very obvious that the price was going to go up.
It was beat down to shit. It was like in the 200s most of the year, right? And you also had
only good news.
There's only good news. You had all these tech people, like the Mark Andreessens of the world, coming out and supporting it, saying it was going to make a comeback. So people were standing behind it. You had all this time to stack and accumulate. Prices were cheap. Coinbase was up. It was easy to buy shit on Coinbase. You didn't have to do any sketchy stuff. Ledger,
was fucked up for me,
Trezor came out during that year.
I got so incredibly burnt out from 2014 that I wasn't doing it. I had to take a year off in 2015 just to recuperate my mental health. Whereas had I not been burnt out from 2014, I would have been working and stacking in 15. So it is a regret now that but you can't control when you need to take a year off to not kill yourself because Bitcoin makes you crazy?
I went hard in 2015, which I'm glad about. Obviously, that's why I don't have to work anymore.
Yeah, but dude, trying to be a Bitcoiner professionally in 14, that was back when there were no salaries, there wasn't healthcare.
Yeah, it was my first year, so I was fresh faced and new.
And I'm not saying buying Bitcoin. I'm saying trying to work in Bitcoin. I know. Because like now people are like, oh, it's a bear market. I'm like, fuck you. You have healthcare, a 401k, and you're making $100,000. Don't talk to me about a bear market. Like a bear market was back when you made $0, had zero healthcare, and had to go back to eating ramen on your dad's fucking couch.
So think about 2015 from this perspective of like, okay, you had all the year to stack in the 200s, up to the 400s, but like you had a lot of time in the 200s. And then within 2 years, Bitcoin would go mainstream. Everybody and their mother would be in on it. There'd be a mini retail bubble, a huge retail bubble. And the price would 100x. And you would get a dividend in the form of Bcash, Bgold, all that shit, that took your cost basis to zero. So you have a 2-year investment with 100x that takes your cost basis to zero. Like the greatest investment of all time. Greatest 2-year investment ever. I think that's the thing that I'll never get over, that feeling of like buying in at 200 and watching it go to 20,000 within 2 years. You know? That was some wild shit.
Yeah, I can't ever see us having the same type of percentage movements again in this industry.
Yeah.
Just like, you listen, like no one grows as fast as they grow from 0 to 2, right? Like.
Yeah, totally.
But.
It's Wall Street's game now. And they're going to bleed us. But then they're going to
There's a couple of like long tail risks we do need to have the answer to. Like quantum and 1 or 2 other things. And then because it's not quite gold in people's mind. And I really think there's like 3 things we need to do to solve that. One is old people need to die so that we become old people, and then we'll see it as gold. Mm-hmm. The other is we really do need a real answer to, like, at some point in the future, ignore quantum, but at some point in the next several hundred years, the encryption that Bitcoin uses will be broken, and what's our migration path for that?
Well, we have cockroach mode, which is like, but we don't have we have a fail.
No, because we still have to deal with the old addresses, like Satoshi's 2 million Bitcoin. Like even if we migrate, like we still that's a gun to our head that we need an answer to.
Well, what I was saying is that we have a fail-safe migration plan, but we don't have a good migration plan.
So I think HODL, like I explained this to people where I was like, gold didn't die because the Spanish discovered the New World. It just collapsed Spain. And I don't think that, like, let's say in 50 years we break Bitcoin's encryption, everyone has migrated except for the 2 million worth of lost coins and Satoshi coins. That won't kill Bitcoin, but it'll just hyperinflate Bitcoin in the same way that the Spanish discovered the New World and invented a whole, got a bunch of gold and wiped out the economy of Spain for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
I just would prefer if that didn't happen.
Could very well happen. Yeah, I think there should be some more serious, like the Knott's core shit is like drivel.
Distractions, yeah.
It's nothing compared to like those questions, which I think are real questions that need answers.
They're very real. I don't see it as rational for the human race to let Bitcoin get to $100 trillion without an answer to what happens when those old addresses. Their encryption breaks and someone can just recover their keys and all of a sudden 2 million Bitcoin are on the market.
Also, it's probably a catalyst. Once we get through it, it's probably a catalyst that pushes us upwards,
Yes.
Because now Bitcoin is quantum secure. That'll be a big deal in the future.
What's the Knott's core status right now? I haven't been keeping up.
You're a Nazi if you don't agree with my position, you piece of shit. I'm not going to tell you my position because you're a good person and you already know what the right position is, and I know that you have it, okay? Because only a bad person would disagree with me.
That's the status.
So it hasn't changed at all.
It hasn't changed. I think,
will it?
I think OGs are going to be better capable of enduring some of this turmoil that could come up in Bitcoin land surrounding quantum or whatever else.
Oh,
because we
like
come
I
from
can go back to being a retard. Like,
much smaller and
I think you're in the Matrix a little bit, Otto. Hey, we're gonna start calling you Neo, man, because you in the motherfucking Matrix all the time.
how's that? Is that better?
Good.
That was better, yeah.
Still in the Matrix.
That was better.
Shit. Oh, I walked into a spider web. It's in my mouth. Am I still in the Matrix, man? Or am I out of the Matrix?
Give me free.
Sounds like it's me.
Sounded like you were in the Matrix.
Your mama's in the Matrix.
Hey, man. Your mama's so fast, she play pool with the planets, man.
Your mama's so fat, she put lipstick on with a paint roller.
Your mama's so fat, she comes in through the wall, she yells, Kool-Aid.
Your mama's so fat, she jumped in the air and got stuck.
That's a fucking middle school one.
I miss your mama jokes.
Your mama's so fat, she won a fat contest.
Your mama's so fat, she got her own zip code.
Your mama's so fat, she sat on a rainbow and Skittles popped out.
I remember that.
These are 11th grade, like 7th grade bangers.
No, these are like 3rd grade.
Maybe.
We were throwing at these at each other in the 3rd grade.
I was so confused by those jokes.
In the 90s, they were really popular.
I remember.
I loved your mama jokes.
Your mama spoke when she parked us.
Your mama's so old, her birth certificate says expired.
Hey man, your mama's so ugly, the tears roll up the back of her head.
Your mama's so old. And a quarter with a picture of Jesus on it.
Your mama's so poor, ducks throw bread at her. I got a lot of these.
Joseph, what was your biggest your mama faux pas? You're trying to figure it out.
Your mama what?
Faux pas. I think it's French for like an embarrassing fuck up.
Well, I understand what it means, but what is a yo mama faux pas?
Oh, you said you were like very confused by them, and I'm sure you like came up with some that you thought were very funny, but none of your friends understood.
No, I actually have always been very confused by like the jokes that you were pre-given. Like your mom is so fat, she sat on her rainbow and Skittles popped up. Which like I heard like 4,000 times, and I was like, "Was it? Is it still? Do I still have to laugh? Is it funny still?" I guess we laugh now.
Well, yeah, the only novelty after a while you'd heard them also. It was only novelty that made them funny. I think comedy is interconnected with surprise. If it like you can't even if a bit is really funny from like Chappelle or Pryor or whoever, if you've heard it once, you've heard it. You know. It's not really. It's not funny until you forget it and then go back and rewatch it.
I rented the movie Who's on First and watched the bit, right? And then like after that, it was like, okay, I've seen this now. I get it. Okay, so this is when people are referencing Who's on First. This is what they're referencing. But then people would do it and they do the whole fucking skit. I'd be like, I've seen the skit. Like it's funny when Abbott and Costello do it. Well, at least it was like the time I watched it, but now I've seen it. I was always very weirded out by prepared jokes.
Yeah, I remember I watched Duck Soup, the Marx Brothers, you know, and I had already heard every joke in it throughout my entire life, and I was like, I was having this weird experience of being like, I can tell this is funny, and it must have been very funny at the time, but it's not at all funny to me. Because I've heard all of these jokes a million times because it's such a famous movie.
You want to have that experience? Read Voltaire's Candide.
And is it funny? I didn't know Voltaire was funny.
Yeah, Voltaire was like a satirist. So
he was witty, right? Yeah.
This stuff is like comical, and then you'll read Candide and you'll be like, I don't get it. I don't get any of it.
True with a lot of things. Anything that's like sort of bedrock foundational for the things that came after it, it kind of ruins it, you know? Like, you simply can't go back and watch Citizen Kane and have the same experience that people who first saw Citizen Kane had. Because when they first saw it, they were like, oh my God, this just changed everything. And you've only seen the world, it changed. So to you, it just seems like a million things you've seen before. And you're like, I don't get it. Why do people like it?
It's like Shakespeare, too.
Right.
It's nothing like Shakespeare.
I think Shakespeare is different in the sense that you can constantly renew Shakespeare, and the archetypes of the stories are still good. But if you do Shakespeare as in Shakespearean, you know, then I don't have a lot of love for it.
Well, I'm not saying like not to love it, but sometimes you're reading it or watching it or whatever, and you're just like, this is sorry, you might not be as sophisticated as I am, but haven't read it since I was forced to in high school. But you're often reading it and you're like, oh, this is like Kitchen played out.
Have you watched The Lion King?
No, it's actually they're just redoing. Everything else is derivative of it.
I've never in my life read Shakespeare and thought it was Kitchen played out.
I mean, just like certain segments or turns.
I fully understand why one might feel that way. I'm just saying it's never happened to me. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like that's like my initial instinct, and then I'm like, oh wait, this was the first thing to do this, so I don't actually feel that way, but initial instinct.
My wife was asking about Shakespeare the other day. You've never read it?
Yeah, what'd you tell her?
I asked her if she wanted me to read some to her, and so she's like, yeah. And so I pulled it out, and she was, I thought it was really interesting that she was surprised that she knew it was plays, but it never occurred to her that they're written as plays. She thought they were books.
And when I watch The Lion King, I'm just thinking it's Shakespeare with lions.
What did she think of them?
I had to stop every phrase and kind of explain it to her. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to do that anyway on the first reading.
What I thought was interesting, much more I understood it than when I was in high school.
Yeah. Which one were you reading?
Shooting Hamlet.
Oh, that's fun. Not to be such a basic bitch about it.
What's that? I figured it was a good first Shakespeare.
Oh, I mean, I was just saying the best one, not to be such a basic bitch about it. But yeah, I think that was the only one that I really loved. I had a high school teacher who made us memorize this Hamlet soliloquy. It was like, I mean, that whole soliloquy is so epic. Like, you know, there's so much you can still learn from that today.
Did I have killed my uncle's soliloquy?
Yeah, the be or not to be. That is the question, whether 'tis nobler in mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to oppose them in a something by opposing, and it goes on for a long time.
Seth, I'm curious to ask, which was the most transformative book you've read? Earth to Joseph.
Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl.
I might do that. I'm in the mood for a new book. I've been rereading old.
Read the back.
Wasn't that like Jordan Peterson's favorite book or something too?
Well, his entire philosophy is just recapping the entire Man's Search for Meaning book. Like, it was funny for me to watch the Jordan Peterson rise because he was literally just telling you what was in the book Man's Search for Meaning. It's his entire philosophy.
He was honest about it, though. He was honest about it. I think Jordan Peterson is like an amalgamation of nothing he says is like original. But he,
I don't think it's an amalgamation of anything. I think he's literally just repeating Man's Search for Meaning.
No, he's repeating a lot of stuff.
No, he's not. He's repeating Man's Search for Meaning. You know how I know? Because I've read the book.
Yeah, I'll let you know after I'm done with this. I'll probably come back with that same. He repeats a lot of Dostoevsky. He repeats a lot of Solzhenitsyn.
He doesn't. He repeats Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning.
Is that a hard book to get through? I don't remember if I would try to start it or not. Alright, I'll give it a go.
Pretty easy read.
You still a heavy reader, Junsa?
Yep. Been heavy most of my life. How much do you weigh?
I was heavy most of my life, to be honest. I was 300 pounds at once. Between 215. Once a big boy.
It's like a short book. I didn't realize it was so short.
The first part's short. You gotta read the back part. The first part is the story. The back part is like his whole philosophy and what's called logotherapy.
Tis ordered, sir. I'll report back. What you reading right now?
Almost his woodworking books.
You're really taking it pretty serious. It's pretty dope.
Nope. Not taking it seriously at all. I'm mostly just reading and having fun. You can't do much about an obsessive mind.
You can just aim it well.
Say again?
You can just aim it well. That's about the best you can do with an obsessive mind.
You can what well?
Aim it well.
Oh, you don't have much of a choice of word names. No choices to word names.
Well, you really lucked out in that case.
Why?
That your obsessive path was aimed at finding truth and making money.
Oh, I guess. Might be the same thing.
Oh yeah. Listening to some smooth jams by JC.
Why is it so quiet? Alright, you guys were telling gay jokes. Here's a joke. Hey, ChatGPT, are those berry poisonous? No, these are 100% edible, excellent for gut health. Awesome. Nom, 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 nom. An hour later. Hey, ChatGPT, I'm in the fucking emergency room. Those berries were poisonous. Oh, you're right. They are incredibly poisonous. Would you like me to list 10 other poisonous foods for you? This is the current ChatGPT.
Accurate.
If you guys read, you're not going to be able to get ethical or legal or any kind of advice that would be different for a professional.
And that's not true. They just put in a disclaimer.
Well, that's how it's been ever since I was like asking questions. But apparently, there's a new thing where it will just not answer it for you. So I don't know if that was just a rumor or what.
Man, Nick Fuentes just keeps growing, I think. They can't put that one, he's blowing up on all the social medias. What are you, hanging out at the synagogue?
No. I've also never heard it except for this one.
Okay.
Have you?
I'm surprised. Oh yeah, lots.
I always talk about him at the meetings he goes to.
I've heard it in real life, but I haven't seen any Nick Fuentes in my feed.
Do you follow him?
No, not that he'd be in my feed.
Yeah. You don't want him in your feed?
I haven't had any thoughts about it because he just hasn't appeared in my feed. I haven't seen any of his material. I just have a buddy who I've known for a very long time, IRL, who started talking to me about it. And I got to tell you, some of the things he was saying, was sounding pretty far out there. And so at some point I referred to Hitler as like the Austrian painter, because I know that's like one of those things. His eyes lit up, bro. My buddy's cut.
I like your buddy.
know Dave is going to tell us he subscribes to Dr. Jack's Patreon.
You don't? How did you learn how to properly sun your bowl?
I respect that, Dave. You know, there's people in this room who are taking Dr. Jack's advice for free right now, and you had the dignity and the sense of duty to pay him for what he's given us all.
Yeah, it's only fair.
I'll upgrade your flight.
Yeah, I'll ship in also. We could send it to El Salvador.
Let's go. I don't think Jack would want me there. I think Jack would actually be very upset if I showed up.
Why are you going to El Salvador? I just walked in there, Dave.
Why am I going? Because
Chris, you might need your advice on where to buy a Snow White outfit, just like completely white robes. He's got to fit in.
Yeah. Well, talk to British Huddle about that, huh, Chris?
He's going to compliment the robes. Dave, it was beautiful this morning in Niagara. It's probably the most gorgeous I've seen Niagara Falls with like all the colors, and it had like overcast but still sunny. Everything was like yellow and orange. There were a lot of drone stuff. It looks cool. Which is like tomorrow, apparently.
Sorry, Chris, just getting some shit on me.
Do you work these days?
It has not been crazy busy out there, though. We're still working.
Dave, remember that contract you told me that your wife was looking at getting like, I don't know, 6 months ago? Did you ever get that one? You don't have to talk about it, but I was just wondering.
Point I explained it to you, but yeah, that thing is happening and going very well. So it's just in the still beginning phases, but yeah,
That's awesome. Pretty good for a flat white.
yeah, not bad, Chris. Not bad.
would you say Bitcoin has had on your life, Chris? Like a small, medium, large?
Like financial or
financial?
Only financial you're talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never like spent any of the money. You know, like give it like I've cashed out, but it's put in other investments. So it's not like changing my lifestyle at all. So, but like finding like if the number growing my account, Matt, I guess it'd be really big. But I just don't not change how I live my life.
Well, your life is definitely different, but you're saying it might not be because of Bitcoin. It might be some other thing. I mean, all of our lives are different, to be fair. Whatever.
Yeah. I think that the principles of Bitcoin have kind of changed the way I live my life more.
Probably more being in this room, there's no way it didn't have psychological and spiritual impact on you.
Right. Most likely did, yes. Same time, it took away a lot of time out of my life.
Closer to me than I ever moved from this room.
What did you just say, Dave?
I just said I think this room actually came closer to me than I ever did come towards it. Like
you're saying that it didn't influence you as much as everyone in the room got influenced by you?
Well, I'm not saying it was by me, but I feel like originally the room was a lot more different than me, and now it's a lot closer to me. Is that because it's smaller? I don't know. I also feel like when I first joined, I remember being mocked for being a Christian and stuff like that, whereas now it's I feel like a lot more people are open to it.
The dynamics of this room and this social group drove out the liberals. Right? Socializing. Form their place.
Yeah, the communists just stopped out feeling comfortable here.
I also think that before talking about religion was not something that was something that people felt comfortable talking about. I remember first hearing about people religion, I'm like, what the fuck? You're religious? That's weird, you know?
Yeah, I remember early on kind of saying that I was, and nobody else really said much. And then one day, John Seth, I found out was, and I was like, what? Oh, me and John Seth are the only people who believe in God in this room.
I always knew Shelley was.
I don't think Shelley really was very.
But now it's it'd be uncomfortable saying that you don't believe in God in this room now.
I don't know, John. And John. And you and Darwin. There are lots of people that don't. They're just not so, weird that I do anymore.
I said I didn't believe in God. I said I believe in evolution. But I said that it doesn't say in the Bible that you shouldn't believe.
I mean, I remember early on time, and people were talking about religion, and Otto was like, "Does anyone actually believe that like Jesus walked on water?" Or like, and you're like, "I do," and like, "Do you believe everything like in the Bible?" And you're like, "Yeah." And then like Otto's like, "You're an idiot then," or something like that. I do remember like a conversation like that.
Yep. And I just, even though a lot of people were quiet, like I just assumed they all agreed with him, not that, they didn't want to say anything.
I don't know like how many people in this room believe every word of the Bible or not. I really don't know.
What's that?
I don't know how many people in this room do you think actually believe every word of the Bible? Is that what do you believe like all the words of the Bible or not? I don't know what you're like. Okay.
But isn't the walk on water a metaphor?
No.
Yo, and Daniel.
What about blood into wine?
Water into wine, you mean?
Water into wine, yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's not a metaphor. That actually happened.
Dave, what are your feelings on single-serving communion?
On what?
Single-serving communion.
It's probably it makes the most sense.
Saw it for the first time.
Very common.
And I'm very the bread.
Great food. Oh, okay. I have only been to one church where they shared a cup.
So as a Catholic, like I'm just used to sharing the cup.
No, that is not a common thing in Christian churches.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the single serving.
Dusty.
Yo, I just got off of my call with my chess coach, and I'm practicing like studying specific opponents and stuff. And I've been studying the game that you beat with a bunch. Can we play again on that same kind of game? So I want to practice.
What do you mean? Are we the same like 5 to 6 opening moves?
Sure. Yeah, just the same styles to be exact. Like I think it's. Being exact isn't really helpful. Like just a game where I'm white and we do the same sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I usually.
Yeah, I've looked up your openings and you do the same thing every time. So just do what you always do. Your A6 is your most common move by a long shot, which is an atrocious move. But I find that funny. I got your openings analyzed here, an opening tree. I can I see them exactly. Anyway, but yeah,
Jeez, Dusty. Was that you being nice?
It's a style, right? Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of an insult, a little bit. Just a
your style is that of a retard.
It works for him, bro. It is retarded, but he wins games.
The last game we played,
John,
one-sided.
The reason Catholics do it that way is because they believe that it actually turns into the blood of Jesus, though, right? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably why I said the wine and the blood. I mean, it's been a long time, but I went to Catholic school.
Okay. Whereas, like, Christians believe that they're doing it in remembrance of his blood, not that it actually becomes his blood.
See, that I didn't know. They don't really seem to dive. I mean, granted, I've only been going to a Christian church for like a year. So... It's a little different. It's like a Catholic church thing about it.
Send it over.
Like it's not something that they would be like talk a lot about.
Right, like a Catholic church makes a huge ordeal about it.
Yeah, but like Christians typically, like a lot of them aren't even aware, unless they're somewhat educated on it, that Catholics even believe.
Interesting. Okay.
typical opening approach. That's different.
We do some different things here and there. You're studying me now, so we gotta switch it up. That was coming, Dusty.
If you knew something was coming, I sure hope you were able to stop it.
Yeah, Dusty's he's right now is what you call in chess. Let me hold that back 1 second. Saving that pawn, Dusty. Let her go. Actually, there is saving the pawn. Jesse, how do you go from that beautiful music to this? You missed knight to f5 would have been.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, greetings. Who's active here? We're all really here. Oh, cool.
I'm not here.
Don't trust that guy.
I'm not here. Don't trust that guy.
What do you mean?
No, I didn't trust him anyway.
What did I do?
What did you do?
Yeah, because Rich is like, don't trust that guy.
Oh, I'm talking about the other guy. Guy does seem a little untrustworthy.
Definitely don't trust that guy.
Look at that side he's giving, right in his profile. How can you trust that guy?
Someone's battery's out.
Oh, JC, are you home already?
So what's the topic here? What are we talking about?
A tricky spot right now. What shall I do, Dusty? What shall I do?
Up to you.
I don't know. I'm gonna do this.
Okay. Anyone here familiar with arbitration nationals?
How
Scam? There's absolutely no scam, mate.
Is it like a pumped up fun token or?
Arbitrage Financials. It's a top leading portfolio investment platform. And I'm currently freelancing with them. Well, basically, we've been slashing take profits on a weekly basis. And, I just started reaching out to enlightened those with an open mind. No hard feelings here.
I don't like this at all.
And why is that?
I'm talking to you, dickhead.
Whoa. That's not fair. Not cool. Said what?
Oh, running out of time. Okay.
What? No, four?
November coming in hot.
Now what? How about I enlighten you guys, huh?
No, thanks.
Okay, so I guess everyone's gonna reject me right now.
Well, you're selling scams, so yeah, just expect that.
Absolutely not. Why do you think it's a scam? That is why I joined.
What does your scam have to do with Bitcoin?
Well, first of all, this is absolutely no scam, and we trade crypto. So,
you just proved it.
Grew up, it was so dawn on me.
You could easily follow our page, Arbitrage Financials, on X, and you can also follow or subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Down, he always knew, I'm just kind of a scumbag. Good, just at anything, and you can't create money. Yeah, the physiognomy doesn't lie. I'm in Florida right now. No, this is like worse. This is like some Southeast Appalachia hillbilly type shit. This isn't even like Florida tier scam. He's not there yet. Like bottom barrels.
Well,
like he got
to say whatever you want. Everyone has their own opinion. Everyone always has an opinion. So
2017, but it also was not in 20. Like he probably started crypto scamming in 2024. He's like that guy who threw chips at me in Canada. Who's like, yeah, we made like.
Maybe he's just doing multi-level marketing. He doesn't even know he's scamming.
That's he's barely literate. Someone just gave him a script that he's reading off of. He doesn't know the words he's saying.
Oh, you think so? Well, I'm quite slow to anger. I would be so pissed right now, but I'm just going to give you all the benefit of the doubt. Say whatever you want. Okay?
But that's not true. That's not true. I called you a scammer and you said I couldn't say that. You just said I can't say whatever I want in front of you, clearly.
You can say whatever you want, man. I don't...
GG. Is this like an inner city, New York, something upper East Coast?
Could we do it again, Antonio?
I don't know the East Coast.
Cryptocurrencies? This guy's got one he wants to tell you about.
Not just crypto. We trade stocks, and we also diversify into various asset classes and markets.
I want to do this white girl.
I like arbitrage. How does that work?
I've got various asset classes here at the beach in Miami. There's all sorts of assets here. Every class.
Well, I'm talking about crypto assets, man. We've been trading for our clients, and it's been good. We've been smashing take profits on a weekly basis, and we make use of good risk management techniques.
You're repeating yourself, bro. Get a different scam. Make it interesting.
Have you considered asking ChatGPT to help you rephrase things?
Why do you need risk management when you have arbitrage?
Well, we use risk management techniques to minimize our losses, because losses are inevitable. So when you make use of good risk management techniques with stop losses and take profits,
risk management
you can win.
Are you putting these techniques on the blockchain?
We only use these techniques to trade in the markets on arbitrary financials.
Are you putting the risk technique, mitigation technology on the blockchain? Because that's the only way I'm going to be interested in it.
Well,
how much AI are you employing?
Can you take what you have and put it on the blockchain? Look, if I
what's wrong with you people?
This guy, dude, this guy's he's like,
you're not using blockchain. You're not using blockchain or AI, like, dude.
Oh my god.
Do we look like we're kidding? We're very serious financial people in this room. You should know that by now.
No. You work for a guy named Kazi?
Micro, what's your favorite programming language?
Oh, you got
conversation now. GPT, tell me 3 popular programming languages and why I might love them.
This is fun. Are we playing Dishonest or Retarded again? Put my vote in for Dishonest. Don't rule out Retarded on this one. I guess there's the third option is both. Come on, bro. Tell us how much you've been making this last month.
Well, I just sent the link to our YouTube channel on the chat. You all can check it out.
That's all I've wanted to do with my day is check that out. It's like, can't think of anything better to do with my day.
Where are you from, brother?
I'm from Canada.
Canadian scam.
Hell yeah, bro. Where at?
I ain't no scammer. Please, I'm not a scammer, okay? I'm not a scammer.
Yo, I mean,
reaching out doesn't make me a scammer. Please.
Scammer.
Go ahead.
Definitely a scammer.
Total scammer.
Only scammers say they're not scammers.
I'm downtown right now. You want me to meet up?
Let's go. Chris is known for pulling up.
Just like this woke thing. It's like he can identify as a woman, he can identify as a non-binary, non-scammer. Change what you are, bud. Actually, you can't to not scam people, but I mean, maybe you can. Maybe in some Nietzschean sense, it's in his blood to be a parasite, and he is incapable of doing anything other than what he does. Did someone kick him, or did I finally scare him off?
Michael, have you been confronting crypto bros in public yet?
Going and seeking it out.
Yeah, but now you're in Miami. It's gotta be everywhere.
I'm not about, like, I rarely even do what I just did anymore. I've just been off Clubhouse for you remember 6 months, I wasn't even saying shit to shitcoiners. I'm over the whole, like, save a hoe or whatever.
That's what John does now.
Yeah, I've seen Instagram, yeah. I don't want to spend my time thinking about it. I would rather just be ignoring it. I have other things I'm trying to think about.
Are you like Miami based now? Is that like where you're like?
No. I'm just here for a few days. No, I'm moving to LA.
Cool. Where were you before Miami?
So I was in Colorado for a bit. That's sort of where I had home base for a bit. But then I went to Canada for a couple months over the summer. And then suddenly I had to start traveling a lot. And I ended up traveling for like 2 solid months. But then because I left my rental, I also didn't have a place. And I knew I wasn't going back to Colorado. So a little bit obnoxious. And so I drove all my stuff finally from Colorado to LA and downsized all my physical stuff. And this hotel is so fucking shit, you know? They have the air conditioner module. It's the smart module. No idea how to fucking turn it back on, and it turned off automatically. These cheap fucks. It's not like a super high. The thing is, there's no correlation between the quality of the hotel, how much you're paying, and whether they do things correctly. That's what's wrong with this world. No things. There's no.
This is true.
But from 71 to like 69, and then I come back after walking around for 2 hours, and it's 79 in here because it had some auto shut off, and it's literally a touchscreen, and I have no fucking clue how to get it back on. And I called and send them up.
Yep. Yo, PS PTR. Finally received my Madex art after 6 months.
Except no order in this. Oh, sorry.
Did you see like a release of some wine thing or something?
Oh, that's cool. Who's he doing it with? Penny Lane?
No, I think it's something in Canada. I don't know if it's technically wine or if it's a distilled. I don't know. He released a pretty cool video though on Twitter.
No, I haven't seen it yet. But I paid him for this piece like literally like 6 months ago. He finally shipped it to me. But I think that's part of the charm of dealing with. It's good, man. I think to me, it's crypto. I think is number one, and then I think Madex is solidly number 2. And then I like.
But for me personally, I like the Madex style more. I guess from a classical art perspective, there's the argument on crypto, but also
I loved crypto shit before I ever met him on this app, you know, and became friends with him. And so when I became friends with him, and then I had an opportunity to buy his for the right piece, and this one was just the right one for me.
I'm waiting to be rich enough.
It does cost a little bit of sats, I will say. I like collecting Bitcoin art though. It reminds me of the journey.
You have a room of Bitcoin stuff?
I just put it in my office.
Okay, nice.
My office just is collecting more and more Bitcoin art over the years.
All right, well, I'm going to walk do this hotel shirtless because they made the room too hot.
There you go. I'm sure they'll love that.
Yeah.
And that Carol was back here the other day. She's like, probably she wants to message me about some NFT project she was in. And I was like, I can't imagine what information you want about this project. From
what NFT in the year 2025 could be worth anything?
But no, I don't think it's. No, I think this like one she got in years ago, and when I'm gonna tell her, hey, right. Like the Discord is dead. Like no one's there anymore. Like
basically, you're just gonna be like, hey, this is a big piece of shit. Did you know that?
Show frogs are coming back.
I always prioritize physical art in this space, and that has served me well.
But what about the utility?
I get a lot of utility from looking at it in my office. I'm curious what my kids are going to think of this one. They're probably going to find it scary. We'll see. They'll be like, Daddy, is that a skull man on fire? I'll be like, yes, children.
No bids on the Banksy in space. It's over in 3.5 hours.
Wait, which Banksy's being bid on?
There's 2 of them at the Denver space.
Oh.
Here, let me grab the link.
What's the reserve price?
20 million sats.
Would I pay 20 million sats for Banksy? Probably not.
How about for 2 of them?
Did you see that there was a guy, Banksy got a guy to sell real Banksys in like Central Park, but everybody thought they were fake rip-off, knockoff Banksys. Obviously, they were all real Banksys, so like, you could buy a real Banksy for like $200 or whatever. If you were ironically the kind of person who was willing to buy a fake Banksy.
Yeah, I saw that. You'd be an idiot to think that they were real.
Right, you would, but that's the whole social experiment, you know.
It's in the chat.
Let me say, I don't really think much of Banksy's work, to be honest. It just is kind of.
These were literally used in protests. They literally are cardboard that have holes in them from where they were tied to like stakes.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely not worth 20 grand. A couple of stencil-looking fucking things on cardboard
with holes in it.
Yeah, I don't like any of his shit. Wouldn't pay for any of it. But you know, he is the most famous artist of our time, I think. My children asked me who the most famous artist, because I was telling them about Michelangelo. And I was like, he was the most famous artist, you know, of that time. And they were like, who's the most famous artist right now? And I was like, it's probably Banksy, you know? I can't think of anybody who has more name recognition than Banksy.
There's people too, but Banksy probably more.
No one gives a shit about people.
People's a fucking loser.
He sold that one fucking thing that a bunch of other grifters bought up.
Who's people? Is that the banana guy?
People's the guy who got $60 million for some junk ass NFT artwork.
Every time someone comes on Rogan's fucking podcast, he has to talk about the fucking people that's on his desk.
Rogan loves people. Yeah. That's how you know it's not any good, because Joe Rogan thinks it's great.
Likes it.
Joe Rogan has bad taste. I love getting a new piece of art and then just staring at it. I never thought I'd be an art collector guy, but like, Bitcoin art is cool and I like it. You know, just gotta find the art you're into. That's what I realized.
It's gonna stand the test of time too.
I think it will. My own life. I don't like other art.
It'd be cool to buy like one big piece every bull run.
That's kind of what I'm doing, basically. I bought one last time. I bought one this bull run.
Man, we might break the green, red thing this year.
We might go green, red. Green. That would be weird. I was saying, Chris, I hope we end the year at like -4% or some shit. So it's just like barely red and it just breaks the narrative.
Yeah. I don't think that everyone knows the narrative of 3 green, 1 red. They kind of just...
Well, everyone knows 4-year cycle. I mean, that's like that's a big narrative.
But I don't think that like 4-year cycle versus like the fact that like people always think, okay, its high was in October. They're not going to be the fact that it crashed down and went below the opening. I don't think that wouldn't really change most people's perspective.
I think already the perspective has been changed. I don't think, I think the 4-year cycle is dead and like it's pretty obvious.
I don't see that, but we'll see.
We'll see. I know you're hoping to get lower prices, which might happen, but it might not. I don't know. I have no good feel for the market. I can't even make a worthwhile prediction at this point. I've just lost any idea that I know what's going on. I have no delusion I know what's going on anymore. I'm just doing my same shit of hodling through no matter what happens, which is what I fucking always do.
Yeah, you didn't even make last cycle. You made like the 300K bet and stuff like that. You didn't do any like.
I don't have a good touch or feel for this market, man. I haven't all year. Things were looking bullish around the Trump inauguration, but after that, it's been just kind of dismal, kind of just crabbing all year. There wasn't really a bull market.
You did. I remember like a month ago when me and Dave, like, you said that you thought about 85% chance, 90% chance that like we went down under 100K when we were at like 116.
Mm-hmm.
So I was surprised that you had that that thought.
Well, I'm just trying to keep it like honest and see what's happening. There's no energy or excitement in this market at all.
Yeah, I just feel like it's just waiting to be spooked. There's just not that confidence to like withstand any like market correction, even like in the S&P. Like it just will get spooked.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. We will wait and see.